Thank you. Oh, man.
Do you want us to show you the answer?
No, you can just keep it on your board. I'm gonna put the answer out in a minute. I'll give you a few minutes to work through this. We have less than 5 minutes left in this strand because we got caught up a little bit in the beginning. Are you working, Simon? You have an answer written down? I see you looking at me, so you're not working.
No, I'm looking at the problem.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to push through so I can try to get through the remainder of these slides, guys, okay? So if we were to find the perimeter using the distributive property, we can see that L is 2 feet, our width is 6 feet, and then here's how we now would substitute our variables for the actual feet, right? So 2 open parentheses, 2 plus 6 close parentheses. That gives us 2 times 2 is 4 plus 2 times 6 is 12. And our final answer would be 16 feet. How many you got it right? Okay, good job. You writing down, Jordan?
Did the area by mistake.
Okay, no worries. That's why I tried to put the formula up here for you so you knew which one to do. Okay, Jordan, I'm gonna go to the next one. This is being recorded, okay? If you need to go back and watch the slides, okay? All right, so now converting decimals to fractions. I got 2 minutes, you guys. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay, so this is a decimal. And this is how we read our decimals. So to the left of our decimal are our whole numbers, right? We're used to this place value, hundreds, tens, ones, so on. It goes up to thousands, 10,000s, right? But to the right of the decimal is now where we have our decimal places, tenths, hundreds, thousandths, 10,000s, with that TH letting us know that it's to the right of the decimal point. So when we are converting decimals to fractions, this figure will be helpful for us to know the place value of the decimal. So what is the place value of, how would I say this decimal number? Grant?
125,000.
Very good, 125,000. So you say the number like we would say a regular whole number, but whatever the last digit, whatever the place value of the last digit is, that is what you say as the number, the place value of the number. So when we're converting it to fractions, we would write these digits in the numerator, and then we would write the place value as the denominator. So it would look like this, 125 over 1,000. That's how we would convert this to a decimal.
Are we gonna do reducing?
We are not today, but yes, you would go ahead and reduce that to its simplest terms. For the sake of time, that was just for us to see how to convert it. So if you were to write this as a fraction, how would you do it? Grant.
32 over 100, since the last digit is in the 100s place.
Very good. So again, we would look at the last digit, we would note the place value, and we would write it 32 over 100. And again, you would write this in simplest terms, right? Okay, so if we want to reverse it, that's what this little arrow thing is here. That means vice versa, converting decimals to fractions and fractions to decimals. We would do the same thing pretty much, right? So you have here a whole number, which is to the left of the decimal point, and then you have your decimal, which is to the right of the decimal point. So you would always, again, refer to your place values, and you would write it in terms of the way that you say it. So this would be a mixed numeral, right? We know that mixed numerals have a whole number and then a fraction with it, right? We've seen mixed numerals before. So we would write the whole number, then we would write the digits that are after the decimal in the numerator, and write the place value of the digits after the decimal in the denominator. So this would be 11 and 42 over 100. Okay, how would we write this as a mixed numeral fraction? Simon?
Uh, 33 3/10.
Very good. So again, we would write the whole number, and then we would write this number in the numerator and the place value of this number in the denominator. Very good. Okay, so we don't have time to go through all of this, but if we were converting a fraction in this way we'd have to now divide the denominator into the numerator. And all of these are different ways to write 1/4, right? And so we would have had a great discussion about this if we had time, but we would divide the 4 into the 1, and you know you have to add a decimal point, right? And just add your zeros for place value until you're able to get enough numbers there with no remainder in this case. So here's what that looks like. 4 goes into 1.00. It goes into 10. 4 goes into 10.2. Then 4 times 2 is 8. Subtract that from 10, we have 2. We bring down our 0. And then 4 goes into 25. And 5 times 4 is 20. And we have a remainder of 0. So the way that we would write this fraction as a decimal would be to divide the denominator into the numerator until we get our decimal 0.25 or 25 hundredths, right? Yes, a quarter, right? This is a quarter. Okay, I think we can't do this, and then we would have had a student problem. So we are finished with math. Does anyone need 5 minutes? I can't see all of you. Okay, let's go ahead and take your 5 minutes. What time is it?
When do we be back?
10:02. Come back at, just come back at 10:10. I need it to be like on an hour. Come back at 10:10.
Oh my.
10:10. If you need to go potty, this is the time to go. There's our Jeopardy.
break or something?
Yes. Where have you been, Simon? Till 10:10.
Trying to do my math that I can.
Were you
Tried to
paying
do-
attention or were you on something else?
No, I did the problem that I missed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys have a break until 10:10. If you gotta use the bathroom, this is the time to go now.
Yes, I missed that statement.
Well, you still have, I think I ended up giving you 8 minutes so that we could end, we could come back, not in between.
Maybe we could have done 3 minutes instead.
Yeah, some of you needed 5 minutes, so I gave you the extra 3 minutes.
Oh, should we vote on the subject next?
Yes.
Yes, let's vote.
Go ahead and put it in the chat. Yeah, I would love to get that out of the way.
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
I accidentally forgot it was week 11, and so I did this stuff for week 12 as well.
Oh, really? That was more. So you did
I finished my
4.
hypothesis, but I hope I don't have to change it that much because you might teach us how to do it.
Wait, Mr. Mia, the answer to the problem I missed was 12, right?
Which problem was that? The area?
Is the perimeter one.
It might have been 16.
E.
I think it was.
Can you show me like the square again or the rectangle?
Oh, yeah, okay. Was that the second one, Simon? Yeah, okay. I see it. Okay, can you see it? Yeah, it was 16.
I got it wrong even when I tried again.
Okay, did you go back and look at your math to see where you got it wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what was your error?
I had written the square. I had made it a square with 3. That's how I remembered it.
With 3? What do you mean?
Every side was 3.
Oh, the numbers were wrong. Okay. Okay, we got 2 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Cartography. Okay, Eden, put what subjects you want to do next in the chat. So we had 2 for science fair. One for cartography. One of them we're playing a game. I'm trying to remember which one it is. I think it's cartography. We're playing a game today. So you guys like that game, Will the Winner Win? Is that the name of it? Or,
Yeah, it's so fun. It's like way better than Jeopardy.
okay, yeah. So I think for our review for Europe at the end of the 5th week, we're gonna play that game. So I have to build the board. It takes me a little bit to build the board, but I think we'll play that game. We won't be able to play it in teams because we're virtual. So it can be anybody's game. And remember, you get points, you lose points. I think I like that better than Jeopardy too, the chance. Okay.
It's basically whoever goes first seems most likely to win.
Is that how it's been? Has that been the pattern?
Well, it's not actually always because some people don't pick the highest number, but unless it's like Real Jeopardy, which is a good show, then when they actually like have no idea what the questions are.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4 for research. Did everybody vote? Put in what you want, what subject you want to do next in the chat. Research, I think science fair wins. Okay, it's 10-10. All right, guys. Science fair it is. Let me get to it. Here we go. Okay, how come I can't see this thing? Okay, yeah, science fair wins. All righty. Trying to manipulate the screen is a little challenging today. See, I told you I made brain colorful everywhere in our slides today. Doesn't it bring you joy whenever you see it? All right, it pops better on the white background than on this. I don't even know if I can call this yellow. This is like pea green, right? Like the pea, the little pea, the vegetable pea.
Which the back.
There's more green than this.
Yeah, it is.
It's more like the A in green.
Right. Okay. I don't know what color. That's not quite yellow.
It's like a light tan.
Is it? I'm thinking it's some kind of green. Let me record.
Maybe it's like a
Oh, no, it's still
a
recording.
dirty white.
Yeah, I might change them all to white. I like it popping on the white better. Okay, so this week, let's make sure everybody's up to date. So how did the lab journal setup go? Yeah, good. Did it take a long time? So?
Not too long.
Okay, good. So that was key because you're going to be doing everything in your lab journal. So you'll have to note whatever page number to go back and build your table of contents. Okay, so it was key that you set that up first before you did anything else. Okay, and so this week you had to write your 1 to 2 paragraphs for your research problem. So what I love about this, which is going to definitely help Ms. Jamia, is that we really are doing it step by step, right? So that research plan, initially, when I looked at it, I was like, oh no, is that going to happen all in one class? No, it's not. We are building it week to week. And if you turn to page 128, you can see where your due dates are there, and it should coincide with your schedule that's in your student fair packet that I printed for you, or that I made for you, had your parents print for you. Let me get to my science notes here. So this week we are at the very, very beginning of our research plan. And by the end, by week, 14, we would have built the first half anyway of our research plan, and we go into second semester. So you'll be doing some work over the break for your science fair. We're gonna try to do, I think I did mention this before, I'm gonna try to contact Miss Lisa, was that Bowie campus and or Colesville campus to see if we can do a joint science fair.
Excuse me, 128.
Yes, Jordan.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. So let's go ahead and go through now. You guys are on page 128 and we went through that. So I'm going to show you a little sample of kind of what you had to do this week. And we're going to use this sample to build on to help you with what you have to do at home for that particular week. So if I were to do this Mentos and Diet Coke experiment, this is kind of the example. We had 2 examples to pick from as directors to share with our students. For me, this one was more likely because I like Mentos. So I don't really drink soda, but I had to come up with my research plan. So I kind of made something up and I think you guys might appreciate this. So
Wait, what was the other one that you didn't do?
the other one was about mayonnaise and refrigeration.
Oh yeah, that's the one that they had in the guide. I think.
Yeah, and I don't really eat mayonnaise. I don't like the smell of it. I think it looks kind of not appetizing. So I didn't want to do that one.
Are we looking at page 120 in the guide?
Yes, 128 in your guide for your research plan.
Okay.
So first, before I show you my example, how was it? How did you guys fare this week with kind of figuring out what you wanted to do? How did you fare coming up with topics and questions that you wondered about? How'd that go? Okay, I see some thumbs up. Was it kind of challenging for some of you? So. Did anybody go to Science Buddies to kind of use that topics wizard to get some ideas?
I clicked on it once, but it wasn't right there, so not really.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I kind of went through that. I went through that website a lot to just kind of see what was on it. And if you have an idea of kind of what field of science you want to go into, then that's very helpful. So some of you might want to do like a food science project, or you can do the live animals or people. So that was kind of off the table. But if you were into electronics or anything like that, you could find some ideas that you could even customize to something more particular that you wanted to do, just to get some ideas.
If we can't do the animals,
Yeah, you can't do live animals.
why not? Well, I mean, I didn't do it, but why
What'd you
can't?
say? You can't do what?
You can't do live animals for your science fair project.
Why
And you
not?
can't use people
Why not?
because CC has said that you couldn't. And because the variable, it changes too much. And so the goal of your science fair project is to learn the scientific method. And so you want something that's going to be constant, that you can just change the one variable. And with people, it varies too much. So I'll tell you what Sanai did for her. I don't even know if I should share this with you. So I think the twins at that time may have been maybe 4 years old. And so Mateo at that time used to drink a lot of water. He still does, but he also ate really clean. He used to eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, and he just didn't like a lot of stuff. So most of the stuff that he ate was fruits and vegetables, raw fruits and vegetables. So she wanted to see, I'm sorry?
You guys are freezing.
Say it again?
You guys were freezing.
Oh, we were freezing. Okay. So Sanai wanted to see if you used urine in a plant, would it still grow? I don't know why she wanted to do that, but so what would her variable be? She used urine versus water. Like, which would make it grow best, fastest, whatever. So with Mateo being her person to provide her with the urine, he would have needed to eat the same thing every day so that the consistency of his urine would be the same. And to say the least, that that experiment was a disaster because she had to like store the urine. And I was like, you can't keep that in my refrigerator. That's yuck. You got to find some place to keep that. So then she was keeping it outside, and the deer came and did something with it. So then we lost some of it. And then every time Mateo had used the bathroom, she'd be like, wait, I need you to go in this cup. And it was not a good thing. And I don't know if she understood the scientific method after that, because the variable of Mateo was so up and down that it just kind of didn't work. She had to still record her results, and some of them were off because he was not eating the same thing. So he would have needed to eat the same thing at the same time of day. And we didn't even think to keep track of that, so that the only variable would have been the urine and the water, not anything else that could change it. So by the time that she saw there were a lot of issues, like we were maybe 3 or 4 weeks in to the project. So it was kind of too late to change it. And let me just tell you, it was not nice.
Did she win first place for it?
She did not. She did not win first place. It made it hard because it just made it hard. She did record her data the best that she could. She had to record what Mateo was eating and the times that he ate. He had to drink the same amount of water every day. And he had to try to use the bathroom the same the same time every day, which does not work in a 4-year-old, right? It doesn't work in a 4-year-old. So we really didn't think that through. I don't know where she got that idea from, but at any rate, that was her science fair project. And we did kind of learn how the science fair project, how the scientific method worked. But when she got down to the part that says, what was it? Was your procedure working? And if not, what did you have to go back and troubleshoot to now get it to work? It's difficult when you have a human person that you can't, it was too much. So maybe if she would have tried like water and like soda, where a person wasn't involved, then it would have been a better experiment than her trying to use her 4-year-old brother's urine. So that's a little personal sideshow from Miss Jamia and her crazy family.
Hey, can you explain it again?
No, I can't, because then we're gonna lose time. That took probably way more time than it should have. But I shared that with you to say, be careful with whatever you choose to make sure that you only have one variable that's changing, just one. Yes, William?
Are we gonna share our research problems later?
Yes, we are. So let me get through this. So for my research problem, here's what I came up with. I don't know if I don't drink soda. I think the few times that I have, it upset my stomach. But this is how I came up with thinking about, oh, this would be something great to research. So while at a soccer game with my kids, I was eating one of my favorites, Mentos. I actually love Mentos. It's one of my favorite candies. My friend happened to have a Diet Coke, and I let her have one of my Mentos. As she was drinking her soda and eventually ate a few Mentos, immediately we heard her stomach bubble and wonder what in the world was happening inside of her. So then I wonder what was causing the sounds, because clearly she wasn't hungry. Was it the soda, or could it be the Mentos, or was it a combination of both? So then I began to wonder, well, what would happen if I put Mentos into a Diet Coke? So this didn't really happen, but I'd imagine that it could happen if I watched the experiment, and I'll probably do it with my kids because I was pretty blown away. I'm going to end up showing it to you guys. And then if you want to try it at home, you can see what happens. I'm going to show it to you later when we get to the part that talks about procedure and things, to give you a sample of what, how you go ahead and do that. But so this would be kind of an example of how you came up with your problem, something that made you wonder, something in regular everyday life that just kind of made you wonder, I wonder what the science is behind that. So I wanted to hear you guys. So for your Diet Coke and Mentos, this is not my favorite flavor. I don't like the mint ones. I think they're pink. I like the pink ones. They're more fruity.
Are they bubble gum?
It's not. It's like this. Have you seen the commercial? It's I think it's German. Mentos, the fresh maker. Have you seen the commercial? So it's like this. It's not like taffy. It's hard. It's a hard candy and it's very chewy. But it's chewy like taffy, but it's not sticky like taffy.
I tried it. And Mr. Mia,
Yes.
I started watching The World's Toughest Race.
Oh, did you?
I already got past 4 episodes this week.
Okay, isn't it good?
Yes.
It's a cliffhanger, and I'm telling you, if you guys get a chance to watch it, you're gonna be like, oh, I can't wait to see what the next team is gonna win. It's called what's it called again, William?
It's called The World's Toughest Race, and it's on Prime Video.
Yeah, so there are a bunch of teams that are in Fiji, and they are racing. I think it's around the island, but they have to go through all of these streams and lakes. And so your vocabulary, Jordan, that you're learning in geography from week to week, you get to visually see what a lot of those things look like in this show, which is why I recommended it. So it'd be cool to say, oh, there's a strait. Oh, there's this.
Mr. Mia, did you finish it?
I have not. I had to take a break. But I just watched another episode yesterday. So I might be on episode 4, actually.
Now we should probably get back on topic.
Yes. Okay. So now I want to hear what you guys are thinking about doing, and here are some of your research problems. So has everyone come up with one? Let me see a show of hands. Okay, perfect. Simon? Okay, perfect. So let's go, Eden. Let's hear what you're doing first. Can you go ahead and read it? Is it 1 or 2 paragraphs that you have?
1.
Okay, go ahead and read your paragraph. Or do you want to share?
I don't really care.
Okay, Eden. Go ahead and share with us what you're doing.
Presentation skills or just like...
You're always using presentation skills, even when it's informal. If you want to just tell us about it, you have a choice. You can read your paragraph, or you can just talk to us about what you're doing. You have a choice.
Okay, I'll just talk. So there are 3 different methods of baking cheesecake. And some common cheesecake problems are cracking, collapsing, and shrinking. So I'm gonna test the 3 different methods to see which one produces the best cheesecake.
Okay, that sounds like a yummy project. Who's gonna be there to taste the results? Ooh, that sounds like a yummy project. Okay, very good.
Can you explain the project to me?
She did just explain it. Where were you? Did you hear her?
No.
Okay, she's got, Eden, you want to say it again very quickly?
I'm testing 3 different ways of baking cheesecake to see which one makes the best one.
All right, so can we taste it?
Virtually, sure.
Mr. Mia, can you share now?
But I thought we were doing it physically.
Maybe you can bring it. Well, I mean,
You can bring it to Science Fair Week.
yeah, when you come to science fair, if you want, you can bring it. All right, Simon. You can either read your research plan or you can just talk to us about what you're doing.
Oh, okay, I was muted. Well, what I'm hoping to do is I'm gonna try to find out if how sound influences water and if sound waves look the same as water waves.
Okay, very good. So what's your variables? What's your variable?
I think the frequency and tone of the sound, I guess.
Okay, so it can only be one. You can only have one variable. Everything else will have to be the same.
The pitch, I guess.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, William, go ahead. You're up.
So I'll read it. Have you ever noticed why some cookies use baking soda and others baking powder? I wonder why bread mostly uses yeast. Irish soda bread an exception, and yet cookies do not use yeast. Is there really a big difference, and does it really matter what leavener you choose to use? So I was gonna I'm planning on testing different leaveners like yeast and baking powder and baking soda and stuff
Okay.
on sugar cookies and to see if it turns out a little differently.
Okay, that's another yummy project. Very good. Okay, Kendall.
I've got a yummy one too.
Oh, okay. All these yummy projects.
Food preservation has been important for human health through the ages. Many molds can cause sickness and even death. What conditions make mold more likely to grow? Is a food with chemical preservatives more or less likely to grow mold?
That's not a yummy project, Kendall. I don't want to eat the mold. Okay, that's
I
going to
probably
be
would.
very, very interesting. Yes. Okay, very good. Shiloh, you're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about the strength of your point shoes. So it's like, so the bottom of your point shoe is like a shank. There's a shank of the shoe. So I'm gonna test like this, the engineering behind the shank, and how because you can order point shoes with a different strength of the point shoe or a different thickness, and I'm gonna test like about a point shoe that's been worn out over the years and one that's like brand new.
Very good. So what is it you're testing? If you can feel it, or what is it that you're testing?
So like the shank of your point shoe is supposed to be the support to your ankle. So I'll see which one can support your ankle more.
Okay, very good. Yes. Are your toes still beautiful? Because I tell you, I know some ballerinas and whoa, their toes are whoa. And I just imagine it's a lot like women having to wear heels, pointed heel shoes. Over time, your toes don't look as pretty as they once did when you weren't wearing heels all the time. Okay, very good. That'll be interesting to see. Okay, Towie, you're up.
I'm going to be doing comparing 3 different types of water filters. So a coffee filter, a normal store-bought water filter, and a homemade natural filter.
Okay, so what are you testing for, impurities or?
Which one strains out, which one makes the water healthier to drink?
Okay, very good, very good.
That's the most materials.
Okay, that sounds like it could be a yummy one too if the water comes out tasting really good. Unlike the mold, Kendall. Okay, Grant, you're up.
Okay, so I'm just gonna like tell you what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
So basically, I'm gonna test. So the enamel on your teeth, it can be stained or like worn down by different drinks and stuff.
Mhm.
So the shell of an egg is the closest thing that's like your enamel. So I'm gonna test putting eggs into different types of liquids like soda or like fruit juices or water and stuff, and test how much it stains it and how much it wears down the enamel. And then I'm going to test with toothpaste around the egg, so to see how much the toothpaste protects it.
Oh, that sounds like a good one. Make sure you test coffee in there, because you can probably help a lot of us adults to do the right thing about coffee versus tea with our teeth, right?
Well, there's a lot of honey, then you go with the tea.
Say it again, William.
If there's a lot of honey, then you go with the tea one.
Yes, because that helps other things too, right? But I often hear about the coffee and the tea. Just depends on which teas that they can stain your
At
teeth.
least you're not testing the enamel on your own teeth, because that might stain them permanently.
Yeah, I don't know that he wants to drink all that stuff. Do you want to drink all that stuff, Grant? Okay. Okay, Jordan, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, you can either read us your plan or just share with us what you're doing.
Well, I'm testing if you put your tooth in any type of liquid and see if it'll eat away the tooth enamel. And yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so what's your variable then is going to be the different liquids. What kind of liquids, like juices and?
Lemon juice, white vinegar, coffee, soda.
Okay.
Wait, what did you say you were testing?
To see if testing if you put your tooth in any different types of liquid, to see if it'll eat away the tooth enamel.
Okay, you should put Coca-Cola in there. I always get concerned when the first time when I saw my dad pour Coca-Cola on a battery of a car and it ate away the acid. I was like, oh, people drink that? That scared me to death. I never drank Coca-Cola after I saw him do that. I just was blown away, like, I will never drink that again. Am I the only one that got freaked out by that? Yes, how many of you like Coca-Cola? Okay, yeah, my mom uses it to clean her toilet. You know, it's a good toilet cleaner too. If you pour it in and you just let it sit for a little bit, it takes away the stains in the commode. Did you know that? Try it. Okay, Rasul, you ready?
Okay, my title is Battle of the Brands. Isopropyl alcohol is the active ingredient found in most hand sanitizers. It can also be used as a substitute for ethanol for launching model rockets. I became curious about how I watched this process when I saw a video of a dude from India launching his soda bottle by using the hand sanitizer. I would then try to determine which brand of hand sanitizer would be, not which brand of hand sanitizer, which brand of soda and hand sanitizer would be most effective launching a soda bottle rocket using equal amounts of sanitizer, varying the brands.
Okay, so let me make sure I understood, I heard you, because you were a little bit muffled, but you're testing a rocket and you're gonna see which soda will help you launch your rocket best? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That sounds fun. You should try to record a demonstration of that. That sounds really fun. All right, good job, guys. Did I get everybody? Yes, yes. Okay, very good. Okay, so now we're just going to review the scientific method and our research question. I need to move this out of the way. And our background research and our hypothesis. So I need to minimize this a little bit. Okay, so first let's turn to page 5 in our student science fair packet. So it would be this. So I'm gonna just read that first introduction paragraph there. So there's only 1 week that's scheduled for these 3 things that you're gonna do. And so this will be like the research that you've done for your nature sketch journal. So when we did the mammals, the reptiles and all of that, but it'll be more in depth about something we won't be discussing in class. So expect it to take more concentration, discuss things with your parents at home, and take the time, more time than you probably would normally take for the research strand. So remember that you're the scientist working with the creator of the task that he's kind of set before you. So just keep in mind that you are researching for his glory, to study actively, and to just be diligent with your study. So it's going to be a bit more involved now. Science is going to be a bit more involved than it has been. What you've done up until this point has almost been like the precursor to just getting in the habit of researching things, right? So that you could extract whatever information to be able now to formally give us a report on what you've researched. Yes, William.
I keyword out. Should you keyword outline your research? Is that a way to do it?
That's a perfect way to do it. So essentials, let's see, where is Jordan?
I got mixed up about the due dates, and that's how I did it.
Okay, yeah, so what was that? That would be a formal essay. I think that is unit 8 with multiple resources. Jordan, I might have to talk to Miss Anita and Miss Verna to kind of give them some materials to see how they can teach you how to keyword outline from different sources in a way that is quick, right? It's quick and effective, and it's orderly. So I'll talk to them earlier this week. So the stuff that I'm getting ready to share with you now might be a little bit new and you might not be familiar with it. So here is where your essential skills, you're welcome. Here's where your essential skills kick in. All the things that you remember about the IEW portion of essentials, you're going to be using that now over and over and over again. You're going to grab your sources, you're going to keyword outline the things that interest you about that have to do specifically with your research, right? And so even if you take your paper and fold it up like we've done in the past, where you fold it and you have your 3 resources, and then you take your notes, and then you have to do your combined outline, go ahead and do that. Let me tell you, when you guys are able to do that over and over and over again, it's going to make your life so much easier. Sanai right now, for all these college essays, she has to write all these essays, and using LTW or IEW, she can just whip them out like that. Sometimes they're 1,000 words, sometimes they're 500 words, but she's able to put them out quickly. Yes, William?
Is 2 sources okay, or are you required to have 3?
Yeah, as many sources as you need to just be able to give a full background of the science behind your research. So 2 would probably be the minimum that I would say. I probably say you want to get at least 1 other source to be able to compare the information to make sure that it's pretty much the same, right?
I got 2 sources, and they're mostly like, it seemed maybe one of them even used the other one as one of its resources.
Okay, very good. And then we probably want to just talk briefly about credible resources, right? So you want to make sure that you're going to credible resources. What's that word, credible? What's that mean?
Stuff that's not Wikipedia.
Thank you, Simon. That would be an example of not credible, but what does credible mean? Why is Wikipedia not a credible source?
Because anyone can edit it.
That's right.
I could just type in what I was researching, like the opposite of what actually.
Right.
Technically, you could just write in Wikipedia that Abraham Lincoln liked to eat cheese puffs and it would accept it.
Right. So Wikipedia would not be a credible source just because the public can edit it. So it's not necessarily something that's edited by scientists or doctors or anyone that would be kind of an expert in that particular field. So you don't want to use that as a source. However, you may want to use it because at the end it'll give you where they got their information from, and then you may be able to go to original sources to now extract some credible information from there.
And
Sometimes
any
it'll
old Joe can edit Wikipedia.
I'm sorry, Russell, what'd you say?
Any old Joe can edit Wikipedia.
Yes.
So if I was to go on my phone and look up something on Wikipedia, I can just tap edit and it'll allow me to edit.
Yes, it even asks you, it says, is this accurate or do you have anything to add? Or I've seen things like that where you can just click it and start typing. So don't use that as a source.
I can edit stuff on Wikipedia. I want to do that.
Okay, so that's not our topic. Our topic is really to just know that that's not a credible source to use, but they will list sources that you can probably go to the original source. Yes, Towie.
What makes it okay to use other sources? Because that could just be a random business trying to clown people.
Well, when you get into the 5 common topics under testimony, we'll start to get into biases. So you want to always kind of be knowledgeable that there's always going to be some kind of slant on things. So for example, say I was looking at a scientific something about evolution, right? And say the person that decided to give this information, they believe in evolution, they don't believe in creation. So then of course, you know, the material is going to have a bias towards evolution. And so you want to consider all of those things when you consider a source, right? So these are just things to consider. What makes it credible? What makes it not credible? I think we end up getting into that. I don't know if we get into that in challenge A. You certainly get into that more in challenge B when you go through mock trial. We might just touch on it here because we want to make sure that you're using a credible source. So if you see even studies that have been done that's similar to your experiment, like that might be a credible source because they have data that they've collected that you can now compare to your data. Does that make sense?
Miss Jamia.
Yes.
I think one of my sources was credible because my mom said I think she brought flour from like the website. Does that make it credible?
What, the material for flour?
No, it was about leavening agents, and the person that wrote it, I guess he has a company that sells flour.
Well, probably if you have another source that's more science-based to compare it with the information that he said, then I probably would just kind of see what the similarities are, the differences are, to see if there's a slant for you to just buy his flour.
No,
right?
no, it wasn't about buying flour. I didn't even really know about it. So yeah, never mind.
Okay, so if you can use at least 2 sources and compare them to see the similarities, then that also might help you to decide if it's a credible source or not. Okay, so let's go ahead and review the scientific method on page 123 of your guide. So let me get a reader for the first part, the wonder. Simon, you want to read that first part for us, please? The part that says wonder.
I don't have that out right now. I got a little bit confused.
Okay, do you have your guide there in front of you? I can't hear you, you're muted.
Here.
Okay. Kendall, can you read that for us while Simon's getting his stuff together?
Sure. The wonder part?
Yes.
Okay. Wonder. I wonder what would happen if. Ask a question about an observation. How, what, when, who, which, why, or where.
Okay, thank you. So this would be the part that you've already done, right? This is the information that you use to come up with your research. What was that first thing called? Your research, the first part of your research problem, right? Is that what it's called? Research problem? Yes, your research problem. That would be the first part, asking a question and seeing what you wonder about. So this is kind of how we were doing our research papers for the natural science, right? Like, what animals do you wonder about?
Kind of like it doesn't exist in my book. 'Cause I
Say it
can't
again,
find it. I
Simon.
can't find it where it was earlier.
What, the scientific method? It's page 123 in your guide. Okay, let me get a reader for research now. Go ahead, Grant.
What guide do you mean? You mean this? The big
Your
one?
challenge guide.
And now I'm confused.
Is that your challenge guide in front of you where you have your assignments? Yeah, what's that, the declensions now? That's not in your guide. Is that might be some extra stuff. Go to the guide part.
I have the science fair part, but I can't really find the part where I had seen it earlier.
So in your guide part, it would have been page 123.
I don't think I have like an actual guide. You mean like,
Russell, can you sit down, please?
I'm confused. I don't know what to do here.
So let me hold up that again. Is that where all your assignments and things are? Let me see the first page of it. Open it up. Let me see the first page. Okay, is that might be something that your mom put together for you. Did she take apart pieces and put it in sections for you? Do you have a science section in there?
Yeah, but I don't really think that's.
So then in your guide, it would have said best practices at the end of the guide. So see if she has all the science pages that you were required to read this week.
Well, I read those, but I don't know where the chart, the I wonder scientific method thing is.
Yeah, so the pages that you were required to read this week, the science fair, the science method page was in there.
I think it might have either fallen out or she took it somewhere.
Okay, so just listen now for now. Okay, Grant, go ahead and read for us research.
Ask lots of questions and research the topic to find out what is already known. Use the common topics of definition and authority.
Okay, very good. So who remembers what the 5 common topics are?
Is one definition.
Yes, that's the first one. What's the second one? Kendall?
Comparison.
Yes, and what's the third one?
Circumstance.
Yes, circumstance. What's the fourth one?
Testimony. It's the last one, testimony.
Yes, the last one is testimony. We're missing one. Relationship. What's the relationship, right? So you should be familiar with the 5 common topics because we do them in LTW, right? It's part of invention. It's part of invention. So we do them in LTW. And I don't know if you noticed, but when Ms. Jamia asks you guys questions, they're based on the 5 common topics. So maybe I'll just say, what does this question fall under? So that we can kind of get in the habit of knowing. It helps you to be able to discuss a topic. So it also will help you to form questions to ask about your science fair project. Yes, Kendall. Okay. So let's go to hypothesize. Let's have a reader for that. Jordan, are you on page 123 in your guide?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read the part that says hypothesize.
A hypothesis is an educated guess about how things work. If blank, I do this blank, then blank this blank will happen.
Okay, very good. So we're gonna stop there because those are the 3 things that you are gonna do this week. You have already asked your question. You're gonna do your background research, and then you're going to come up with a hypothesis. And so now let's look in your student packet. And we'll go to page 5, at the bottom of page 5. Okay, so you'll see here where it says what's going to be due week 12. You see that? What's going to be due next Friday is your question. And so what this packet helps you do is to keep track of taking your notes in your journal, noting the page number, putting it in your table of contents, and making sure that you continue to write things in your journal, right? So it'll always be a back and forth, because this is going to be with your project at the end. When we have the project fair, you will have your lab journal there so that the judges can actually review your research. So that's why it's key that you write everything down in your lab journal. Okay, so under research question, you're gonna form or finalize a question from your research problem that you now can investigate. And then you'll write your research question in your lab journal. You'll write the title and you'll date it research question on the page. And then you will note that so that you now can go back to your table of contents and write the page number and the title, so that if I pick up your journal, I can look in your table of contents and say, oh, let me see the question that Kendall started with. And then I can turn right to that page. Yes, Kendall.
In our lab journals, are we supposed to do our keyword outline, rough draft, and revise in there, or just put the final product?
That's a good question. I would say that you use your journal for everything. You want all of your research in your journal, because just like a regular scientist, they always keep notes. And so if you find that your research kind of went wrong or your procedure went wrong, you'll want to go back in your notes to kind of see. You have to review step by step, where did I go wrong? And then maybe you'll find a mistake. Yes, Kendall.
So do you include the keyword outlines in the same place as your research, or should you go to a notes portion and do it in there?
I would keep it under your notes section.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep it under your notes section. Make sure that you label it at the top, whatever it is. Because what this guide also suggests is that say for you go home and over the weekend, you're not really trying to do any science yet, but you're just kind of perusing the internet, kind of looking for ideas, and you see something that you might need to use later, right? So you can write it in your notes section, write the website down, and then I would write something to jar your memory that I want to go back to that for this reason. and keep that in your notes. So it kind of works like your brains work, how we keep that as notes for each seminar, so that you get home, it's time for you to do your assignments, and you sit down, you're like, oh, I kind of don't remember how to do this, or I don't remember what Ms. Jamia said about it. And then you go back and you look in your notes. Now you have it to be able to use to do your current work. Does that make sense? Okay, very good. Okay, so now after you were to gather up your question, you would go back to your research plan. You would type the Roman numeral number 2, and then you would write out your official final research question. Okay, and then we would go to background research. So now here's where you do all your research for your particular topics, whatever the science is behind it. So for my Mentos and Diet Coke, I would kind of probably need to research the sugar and not sugar in Diet Coke. I think it's made with aspartame. And maybe how much aspartame versus sugar in regular sodas. I might research that. I might research kind of the makeup of Mentos and what could possibly happen when certain things mix. What the science tells me that will happen before I actually do the experiment. So you'll want to ask questions using your 5 common topics to think of possibilities to research. Okay. And then here in your guide, in your student help here, it tells you how now to do that. You research on your the science behind your question or your topic. You write your research notes in the research notes area of your journal. You note that so that you can go to your table of contents and put where your notes are. And then turn over to page 6.
Ms. Jamia?
Yes, William.
You say that you'd put in your table of contents where your notes are, because I just had background research, and like all of my notes and stuff were under background research.
Okay, so your background research page will probably have your final background research, whereas your notes will have all the notes that you take from your different sources, questions that you're thinking about that you want to answer. Your notes would contain all of that. Your actual research.
Can it stay under the same thing if it's notes for background research?
Well, it looks like they're supposed to be different. Because I guess if someone were to pick up your journal, they're going to want to see the clean research plan first, right? And so then your notes is kind of whatever is in your brain, what you're thinking, the things that you collect. And sometimes other people can't really understand that. Like you understand it and you might have to explain it, but you're going to want to have your organized information first, and you'll have your notes towards the back.
Oh, since I did it the other way around, should I just leave it for now?
Yes, go ahead and leave it for now, because you already did your week 12 work, right?
I forgot that I got mixed up a little.
How many pages did you take for that?
I took, there were 4 pages of notes and 4 paragraphs of background research.
Okay, so where is your background research? Is that first or last?
So 3 pages of my notes and then my background research, but then I was adding a last paragraph. And so I had another page of notes, and then so it's not first.
Okay, so maybe in your table of contents, note it research notes, write the page numbers that are your notes. And then your background research, note the page numbers for that.
Thank you.
So that if the judges need to pick it up, they know exactly where to go.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so when we turn to page 6, these will be the notes for your background research, right? So all of this is what you're doing this week. after you've completed your research and you record it in your lab notebook, now you can add it to your typed research plan. So that's the last step. So that would be kind of like in the process of writing our IEW papers, that would be when you write your final draft, right? You've already added in all the stuff from your checklist and all of that. And then your final clean copy that you hand in to your tutor, that would be like what you put on your research plan. And that would be section number 3. And then we get to the hypothesis. So now based on all your background research, you're gonna wanna form a hypothesis of what you suppose that will happen. And so you'll write that in your lab journal, you'll title it and date it, and then you will title it hypothesis, put that in your table of contents. And so you will have completed by next week, Friday, Roman numerals 1 through 4 on your research plan. I wanted to try to get to, okay. Now let's say we did all my research already. And I found that I did some research already, so I can tell you what some of it is. So I found that because of the carbonation, the carbon dioxide that's in the soda and the aspartame, when the Mentos sinks to the bottom, because it's a heavier candy, it's dense, and it sinks to the bottom quickly, it reacts with the carbon dioxide and then it explodes. So what my experiment that you guys will see at the end will be the amount of liquid. So if I have a 20-ounce bottle of Coke versus a 2-liter bottle of Coke, which one will give the bigger explosion? That's what you guys will get to see when we do it. So you might want to do this at home, but not like in your house. Don't do it in your house. Do it outside. Make sure you don't have your nice clothes on, because it got all over the person that did it. And I don't think she planned for that. I don't think she planned for the explosion that she got. So if you want to do it afterwards, then make sure you do it outside, away from stuff, and that you have your bummy clothes on. So as a class, come up with a hypothesis for this demo problem. What do you think? Do you think the explosion would be bigger in the 20-ounce bottle of Coke or in the 2-liter bottle of Coke?
So we're coming up with a hypothesis for this question or for our own question?
No, as a demonstration in class, you're going to do it for the experiment Ms. Jamia shared.
Would the number of Mentos you put in vary, or would you do the same number?
So my variable is going to be the amount of liquid, and the number of Mentos I will put in will be 2 Mentos per bottle.
Hey, is it okay if I put in 4?
Sure. You can put as many as you want.
Do you want everybody to do that?
I'll put them all.
I just want you to think about, for us to come up with a hypothesis that I will show you. I'm working on a plan too, as you guys are working on a plan, so that we have something to look at in class. So do you think that the 20-ounce bottle will give a bigger explosion, or the 2-liter bottle will give a bigger explosion? Kendall?
The 20-ounce, there's less carbon dioxide in it probably, so it's smaller. But the liter bottle, there's probably more carbon dioxide, but also there's more liquid that it would have to blast through.
So what's your hypothesis? Which one do you think will give the bigger explosion?
Whichever one's bigger.
Well, that's a hypothesis. You have to an educated guess. What do you suppose?
Well, the 2-liter one will have a longer explosion because there's more liquid.
Okay, so.
And there's also more liquid to come out.
Okay. So how many of you say the 2-liter bottle will give the bigger explosion? 3? Is that 3 of you? No, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Simon, did you raise your hand? Okay, so 5 for the 2 liter. And how many you think the 20 ounce will give the bigger explosion?
I don't really know which one.
Okay, everybody has to vote.
Okay, then I vote for the smaller one.
Okay, so that's Tally, did you say the 20 ounce?
The 2 liter.
The 2 liter, okay. Charlotte, what'd you say?
The 2 liter.
The 2 liter. Kendall, what'd you say?
2 liter.
The 2 liter, okay. Okay, so that'll be my hypothesis. Okay, so we were supposed to try to work in groups, but we don't have time. Very quickly, I just want you to open up your guide to this week, week 12, so that you can see that,
Ms. Jamia, do you have to come up with the hypothesis for year 1, or did we just do it in class?
say it again, William.
For your demo problem, do you still want us to come up with one by ourselves, or was that us coming up with one?
Yes, that was, as a class, we were gonna come up with one. So you'll work on your own at home. So for week 12, you see that you have finalizing your research question, developing your hypothesis, and then adding your research question. So what this student booklet helps you do is to parse out how to do all of that. Okay, so you're still doing what's in the guide, but what this helps you do is to just parse it out to really see all the things that you need to have completed before Friday. Okay, you guys have any questions?
When you said we're gonna make a hypothesis at home, is it for our own experiment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so we have a 5-minute break, or do you want to push on?
Push on.
Take a 5-minute break.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so I will tell you that if we take a 5-minute break, it's going to take us past 12 o'clock.
Push on.
All right.
And lunch would end up
5
being,
minutes. Actually, no, it wouldn't. We would start at 12. I mean, we'd already be past 12, so.
yeah. So if we were to push on right now, I could squeeze a 50-minute class and we can end at 12. But if you want a 5-minute break, then I'm going to do the full 55 minutes.
Push on.
Push on.
Push on.
Push on.
Can I just go get a snack and I'll be right back?
Just take a vote on it.
Okay, what's our vote? Raise your hand if you want to push on.
Somebody better agree with me.
I think Kendall agrees with you. Okay, you're not able to push on right now, Kendall? Or do you not have a vote? You don't mind either?
I think she might be frozen.
She's not frozen.
I don't really care.
Okay. Russell, if we push on now, we can stop at 12 and then you save 5 minutes from the class. Okay, if you need to get up and walk around or something, that's fine, but we're gonna go ahead and go through, push through till 12, okay? What subject are we doing next, guys?
Latin.
Griffey.
Latin. We need to get Latin over with. Yeah, Latin over with.
Takes
Latin.
If we do Latin, it'll be shorter since it's only 50 minutes.
You guys are getting me with this. I see you.
Yeah, we have to do Latin.
Yes, Latin.
make us do the whole hour for Latin.
Yeah, so now we have to only do 50 minutes of Latin.
Miss Jamia, if
Yes.
we do Latin, would you make it? Would you let us have 50 minutes?
Yes,
Okay, Latin.
okay. Let's do it.
Latin.
All right, guys. So let's get through this part. Let's review about our adjectives really quickly. So adjectives must agree with their nouns in what? Kendall.
Gender, number, and case.
Very good. Nominative masculine adjectives end in what? William.
SELL.
Right, the nominative masculine ends in
Us.
very good. Number 3, masculine adjectives use which declension endings? Tally.
Oh,
Where'd you go?
Second and third. I mean, second and
Yes, just second. Just second, very good. Okay, nominative feminine adjectives end in what? Grant. Very good. Feminine adjectives use which declension endings? Simon.
first declension.
Very good. Number 6, the nominative neuter adjective ends in what? Shiloh. Very good. Neuter adjectives use which declension endings? Eden.
Second.
Yes, second neuter, right? Second neuter endings, very good. Okay, number 8, adjectives of quantity typically come where to their noun? Kendall.
Before.
Right, before. And adjectives of quality typically come where before to their noun? William. After, very good. Okay, so if we were to review what we've already been doing for 2 weeks, right? We have 2 groups of adjectives. We have our first and second declension adjectives, and then we have our third declension adjectives, which we are going to introduce today. You guys have not seen these yet. You will be seeing them this week for week 12. Okay, so let's do a little review. You guys like my little emoji here? He reminds me of the M&M's people. Do you remember the M&M's that talk on the little commercials and they always have on sunglasses? I saw him and I was like, oh, he looks like the M&M guy. Okay, so our first and second declension endings. Tell me about this chart. What is the highlight for longoose, longa, and lagoon? What are those highlighted endings? What are they? What do they tell me? Russell. I can't hear you. Unmute.
Okay.
Do you remember?
No, not really.
Okay, does someone want to help out Russell? What do these endings, us, and tell me? Tally.
the gender.
Very good. So us would be?
Masculine.
Would be?
Feminine.
And would be?
Neuter.
Very good. And so what we love about adjectives is that we don't have to really learn any new endings, right? I thought that was the best thing ever. There's no new endings for adjectives. We already know them. We just have to now determine if they are an adjective of quality or quantity to know where they go when we're translating from English to Latin, right? But if we're translating Latin, it's already in the right place. So we don't have to worry about knowing where it goes. Very good. So as long as we have these, we know that it has to agree with this noun. How? How does the adjective have to agree with this noun?
Gender, number, case.
Very good. And gender, number, and case. Very good. Okay, so now let's look at our third declension endings. What do you recognize about this chart? Kendall.
It's the endings for the third declension.
Very good. And tell me about this right here. Probably should have had it on this one too. Tell me about this. What is that? Shiloh, what is this I in parentheses right here for third declension? You remember? It's only with third declension that we do this. Who remembers? Kendall?
Isn't it the I stem?
Yes, very good. It is the I stem. When do we use the I stem? Yes, Simon.
You use it when the first letter of a noun is an I.
No, not quite. Eden, do you remember?
Wait,
The I stem.
Do you remember when we use the I stem? What are the rules that?
It's like when double consonant stem ends in double consonants or has the same number of syllables or something like that.
Yes, very good. So if the nominative singular and the genitive singular have the same number of syllables, then we would use the I stem. Or if the stem of the word ends in two consonants, we would use the I stem. Very good. And what about the genders of these? What's the gender of this one here? This first box. What's the gender there? Rasul,
Yes.
tell me about the gender of this first box. We're in third declension, right? We've said that this was the third declension noun endings. So what would be the gender of this first box?
Is, I'm guessing masculine.
Okay, it's masculine. Is there another gender that goes with this one?
Neuter?
Not quite.
Feminine.
Masculine would be correct. Yes, feminine. So this first one is masculine and feminine, right? What determines if it's masculine? How do we know when it's masculine? Kendall?
First, we use the natural gender rule, but if that doesn't tell us if the nominative singular ends in ER or OR.
Very good. Then we know that it's masculine. How do we know if it's feminine? Shiloh?
Can apply the natural gender rule, and then if the nominative or genitive singular ending ends in S or X.
Very good. And there are, where is William? I don't see William.
Oh, wait, is
Oh,
that
there he is. And there's obviously some exceptions to that, right? We just have to know what those exceptions are. They wouldn't follow the rules. Yes, Simon? You had a question, a comment?
So just to make sure, like, what would an I stem actually sound like?
So instead of it would be eum.
No. Like, what would the stem? Like, have we learned any that use the I stem?
Yes, so kalis, if you remember that word, because the nominative singular and genitive singular have the same symbols, the same syllables, but the stem also ends in a double consonant. So that follows both rules.
yeah?
So for the genitive plural, it would be kalium instead of column.
And hostess and gentium, gentis.
Yes, very good. And so for the neuter, what do we remember about the neuter third declension? Kendall?
The accusative singular is also various. It's the same thing as the nominative singular. And the nominative and accusative plural both end in "a" instead of "ace."
Very good, very good. So again, just like our first and second declension adjectives, the great thing is that, what is this? How similar or different does this look to our noun endings? Tell me about these adjective endings.
It looks even easier than the adjectives, because where various would go, they have a definite root. I mean, is it a stem or root?
Ending.
Yeah, ending. Yeah.
So what do we know about this ending as it pertains to third declension? East. Eden.
It's in the genitive singular usually.
Right. So east is how we determine that a noun is third declension anyway, right? So for adjectives, when we see east, we'll know that that's a third declension adjective. So just like the genders here, this would be masculine and feminine, and this would be neuter. This again would be masculine and feminine, and then this would be neuter. And so it declines almost exactly like the third declension nouns. We just don't have a bunch of endings to memorize for the adjectives. And so you're given 2 words now instead of, how many are you given for the first and second declension? You're given 3. And so what do the endings tell us? The endings give us something. What does it give us?
Is it giving gender?
Yes,
So,
exactly right.
Since masculine and feminine are together.
Yep.
Only give the neuter also.
Yep, that's exactly right. So what we have to notice about the adjective endings for third declension is that, again, it gives us the gender based on the endings. And so this is how we would decline masculine or feminine. And then this is how we would decline the neuter. And so what do you notice here about the neuter genitive plural versus the neuter plural for noun endings? William.
It also has, the I stem for adjectives, and also it looks like the masculine and feminine always use instead of sometimes.
Right. So there are no special rules to know when to use the genitive plural I stem. You always use it for the adjectives. Okay, so you have to know the rules for the nouns. For the adjectives, you always use it for third declension. Okay, so we are going to practice declining gravis and grave. This will be a new vocab word that I think you're introduced to this week.
Are we using annotating?
We're not, because we don't have our full time today. Did I have a game? I didn't have a game here. So our placement is the same for third declension adjectives. The quantity comes before, the quality comes after.
What do you mean we don't have our full time?
Because this was a 50-minute class instead of a 55-minute class, and I'm trying to run through the information so I can get through all the slides.
Okay.
All right. So our rules are the same. The adjectives must agree with its noun in gender, number, and case. And our adjectives are always listed in their genders, which is helpful, right? Because now when we are declining or we're translating, we have to figure out what the gender of the noun is we can usually determine that if we can see the adjective and see the ending, right? We'll know. And so our first and second declension gender endings are a for feminine, us for masculine, and for neuter. And then our third declension, masculine and feminine, are together. It would be is. And then it would be, is this pronounced or e? Does anyone know?
Ms. Jamia,
Yes.
would do third declension adjectives follow third declension?
Say it again.
Do third declension adjectives follow third declension?
What do you mean, the slide from before?
When would you use a third declension adjective? Is it after or before a third declension noun?
Yes.
So
Remember, because it has to always match in gender, number, and case. So when you go through and you parse your sentences and you parse your nouns first, then you'll see based on the ending what type of adjective it is, right? To know. And you guys are going to read about third declension this week. So this is kind of a preview of what you're going to see this week. Okay, so we reviewed the I-STEM rules so that we remember those with our nouns. It doesn't affect our adjectives for neuter, right? So it's always IUM for the plural genitive, and what was the other one?
Of masculine, feminine, and neuter, or only masculine?
No, it was for only neuter.
So masculine and feminine still possibly have it?
No, not for the adjective. So for our neuter third declension, no, for our third declension, somehow I must have written that wrong. Let me go back to the chart. Yes, so for our masculine, for our adjectives, it's always IUM. Whereas for our nouns, it has to be based on the rule. You see that? So adjectives always have IUM. Our nouns are based on the rule if they have the I-STEM.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I don't know if anybody was able to print out, I think I sent these. Can you see that? I sent these to you guys. It's these beautiful colored charts. Do you see them? I have mine attached with a ring. I use that when I do my Latin. It's very, very helpful. Remember, I said.
Can you show it again, Miss Jamia? Can you show it again?
Sure. So this has like the declension. First, it has the noun endings. It has our vocab on it. It has all 5 declensions. And then when we get to the adjectives, can you guys see that? It has our adjective endings. And then it has all the vocab words. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
And then here's all of our verbs. So I think I may have sent this out to your parents. I don't know if I sent it to you. If you would like to be able to print these and use them, then I can resend it to the classroom. I think I sent them to your parents. Would that be helpful? Would you guys like that, or do you want it? Raise your hand if you want it.
Yes.
Okay, Jordan. Yes, Shiloh. Okay, I'll just put it in the classroom. I'll link it in the classroom. And then if you want to use it, you can go ahead and print it out and use it. Okay.
Can you go back real quick?
To which one? This one?
The chart.
This chart?
I have a picture of it, so you can let her go. Like,
You can go. Are you hearing that echo?
I do. When it could be because they're on two computers, so it's really only when Jordan unmutes. Okay. See all these beautiful colors. Look at the brain, you guys. Doesn't it make it pop on that white? Yes, Grant. You got a question? I see you raised your hand.
The question I asked earlier was how do you pronounce the ending? I think you should pronounce it because there's a couple endings in like second declension genitive singular, which is so.
Okay, so when we have the macron over the E is pronounced eh. Is that what you're saying?
Wouldn't it be the opposite way around? Because they're saying, didn't they say that like with the macron, it's a long vowel? So wouldn't it be an eh instead of an E? Wait, yeah, it would be an E instead if it had a macron. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You could say
I can look it up and have something for you guys next time for the pronunciation. Actually, I'll probably just ask Avio. She's like the Latin guru here. Because there are two ways. Remember I was saying earlier that there were two ways for pronunciation. It depends on which style of Latin that you're following. And since we're following the classical Latin, the pronunciation is different than the other Latin. So I feel like when I've listened to it, I've heard both, but then I didn't know what they were doing, if they were doing classical Latin or if they were doing the other Latin. Does that make sense? Yes, no, maybe so. I don't know. I'll have a pronunciation for you next time you come to class. For now, it'll be the E with the macron over it. How about that? Okay, so I want you guys to crack your brains open because this will be helpful when you sit down and do your exercises this week.
Which brain?
So do you want us to write in our brain book?
Yes, in your notebook, that's your brain. Whenever you see this word brain, Jordan, because I didn't have any more to give you and your brother. It's just a notebook that just had the title brain on it, and the brain stands for, it's an acronym for something. What is the acronym, Grant?
Brainstorm, reflect, apply, imagine, note take.
Yeah, so it's for that. And they have this beautiful, colorful brain on the front. There it is. I think someone said it was spooky. Didn't somebody say it was spooky?
Looks like it was built with those like toy thingies.
Yeah, I think it was. It has like pins in it. So
Yeah.
it looks like someone was dissecting it, dissecting the brain.
Ew.
Okay, so let's practice this. This one should be review, right? Because we've done first and second declension already. So go ahead and do this in your brain.
Are we declining it as a third declension adjective now?
No, well, is this a third declension adjective?
No, sorry, never mind.
So this part is review. So go ahead and do this in your brain, and then I'll reveal the answers in a moment. I'll give you like a minute.
Do you want us to write the word and the endings or just the endings? Because a minute might not be enough for the.
Hey, just the ending should be fine. Just for you to remember how to decline for masculine, feminine, and neuter. Your adjectives. Simon, are you writing? You okay? You need some water? Go get some water. You okay, Simon? Okay. Okay, I'm doing the reveal now. I know it's more columns than with the nouns, right? When I was writing this out in, what's this thing called? The workspace, I was like, oh boy, this is a lot of writing for just one adjective. It's like double what we have to write for nouns, right?
You said we could write just the ending in our book.
Yes, just the endings is fine. Are you guys done? Looks like you are. Okay, so here's the reveal. So your endings, us, e, o, e, or, is, os, is, e, arm, is, as, is, e, o, is, as, is. How many of you sang it as you write it? That's what I did too.
In my head, but not out loud.
Yeah, you gotta sing it out loud, Ian. It's not the same if you don't sing it out loud. You gotta sing it out loud. Okay, very good. So now we're gonna practice declining third declension. So here we have Travis. So you wanna write this in your brain. Write this in your brain. If you like, you can write just the endings, that'd be fine. So notice how, again, we have our masculine and feminine. They are the same. And then we have our neuter. So there is no difference between the third declension, masculine and feminine. They are both declined the same. So it's less writing for the.
Are we just copying what you're doing?
Yes, because I'm getting ready to give you one to practice. So if you don't have it to refer to, then you might not remember.
How do we know which one of them have the math for them?
When you write it down this week, you'll see it's a lot for me to put the macrons on the slides.
That's fine. That's fine. We can just see.
Yeah, I think I only did it for this one, actually.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
I don't know how many of you are good with writing your macrons when you do your exercises. Miss Jamia is not good at writing the macrons unless I kind of have to, but
And
as
after
long as
you
I
say that, it makes me think of the little cookie.
What, the macron? Oh, the macron cookies, the macaroons, the macaroon cookies. Oh, that's a good way to remember. Maybe that's how I can remember where they go. If I think, because I actually like those. I like the way they taste. So maybe that can help me remember where they go. Because I feel like this one had a lot of them, that almost all of them had macrons. But on PowerPoint, I have to go to insert symbol. And then I guess I could copy them to make my life easier, but it's easier to just type out the letters. Okay, give me a thumbs up when you have this copied in your brain, because then you're gonna try a third declension on your own.
We need to copy this in our brain.
Yes.
Can I copy
The whole chart?
You can, yeah, it'd be good for you to have the whole chart in so that when you sit down to do your work this week, if you need to refer to it, you can.
It is, but just the endings.
Oh, well, it's gonna take me some time, so.
Okay, or you can take a picture of it, Jordan, if you haven't started yet. If you haven't started copying it down yet. Because we got 15 minutes and I want to get through these slides.
You say we could just do the ending.
Yeah, the endings are fine.
Okay, can I copy the little man because I'm finished?
You want to draw the little man if you like.
Speaking of those little people, I'm gonna try to make an animation that I can get onto Netflix.
Sorry, I screenshotted it, so you can go ahead.
Lazy animation. Ask me some of the shows.
Oh, that'd be nice, Simon.
Where are you trying to put it on?
Netflix. I'm gonna make a PG-13 like bad animation show because I know they have stuff like. Well, there's just a bunch of bad animation on Netflix, in my opinion. So if I could put something bad but with a good storyline, then I think they might accept it.
Why don't you make it good?
For Netflix, you have to like publish a whole movie and it has to be out for like a year or so before it can get onto Netflix.
Yeah, okay, so this is something we can talk about offline, guys. I got 14 minutes to get through this. But yes, we'd like to
You
hear.
can go fast. I screenshotted it.
Oh, very good. Okay, thanks, Jordan. All
You're
right,
welcome.
guys, so I want you to try to do brevis and brevi.
Nice following, William.
And we may refer to our chart, am I correct?
You may refer to your chart, yes, you may.
And would you like us to this time add the whole word in?
Yes. So this would be your new one that you would do. The rule for third declension would be based on gravis, gravi, grave, gravi.
When I finish, I'll draw the little man.
Yes, you may. So when you see third declension this week, I like that they stayed on first and second declension for 2 weeks. That was nice of them to do. To just kind of let that marinate for a minute for us
What is
to
the translation
understand.
for brave? What's the translation for brave or brev or whatever?
Brevis.
Whatever that's called.
This is a new vocab word that you're going to be introduced to this week. And what does it mean? Hold on. I'll give you a second. Give me a second. It means short. Kind of sounds like brief almost, right? Sort of, kind of. So you have a few, and what's interesting for this week, for week 11, you guys notice that some words that we already had as vocab words are actually adjectives, right? So we saw Christians, right? Christian news, Christiana, Christianum. We can use that as an adjective. And it's going to start to introduce more adjectives. So be mindful of the endings to know if you're going to decline them like first and second or third.
Is there a fourth and fifth declension adjective?
Nope, it's only 2 groups. Isn't that wonderful? It's only 2 groups. So we don't have to go cross-eyed right now. When we get to verbs, we might go a little cross-eyed again, but from what I hear, verbs are supposed to be easier than nouns. So you guys will have to tell me that if you think that verbs are easier than nouns.
When we're finished, do you want us to hold our chart up for you to see or just keep it down?
No, you can keep it down. I'm gonna do the reveal once you guys have completed. Russell, are you writing? Okay, I see your pencil. If you've finished, give me a thumbs up. Okay, good job, Shiloh. Good job, William. Simon, are you writing? Why not?
I just don't really. I don't know. It's just I don't want to decline it in my brain because it's like right next to all my other important stuff.
Okay, so in the future, when Miss Jamia asks you to pull out your brain and put notes in it, I'm gonna need you to do that.
It's all right. I'll go do it now.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, just the endings, right, though?
The endings are fine now because for the sake of time, the endings will be fine. How you guys doing? How you doing, Tally? Okay, good job. Good job, Eden. How you doing, Russell? You ready for the reveal? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna reveal. Here are your answers. Pretty much it's just like Gravis, right? Except you have to switch out the stem. It's declined exactly the same. What is that? Your little man? He's cute, right? I found him on in the PowerPoint. I always look for little interesting characters that help me come up with what I think you guys will be doing when we sit down for class. I saw him and I said, yeah, I could see some of the students doing that, saying, Right? Would you say that's accurate? I need to like screenshot you so you can see how much you look like this little man in the corner or this young man in the corner. Except you have hands. He doesn't have hands. It's almost like VeggieTales, right? VeggieTales, they don't have limbs. They just have hands.
Isn't it kind of like in the
You
wheel?
guys still watching that show? I stopped watching when I was like
They don't
5.
have hands, do they?
They have like invisible hands.
Yeah, they have, I feel like sometimes they have hands when they're pushing things or
Maybe floating.
yeah, floating hands, but they never had limbs that connected to
Among
them.
Us.
I remember once there was a VeggieTales on Netflix, and it was about arm wrestling.
Was it? How did that work?
Well, it was like Larry lied and said he was the best arm wrestler in the world, and then some other stuff happened, and it was funny because none of them even have arms.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna have to go and watch that because I'm trying to wrap my mind around how that works. Because we never see that they have.
The only thing that I can think of that would slightly resemble it is your hands in a game called Among Us. They're like floating because I haven't watched VeggieTales in a really long time.
Kind of like in the weekend.
See, I still have children that are the age to watch VeggieTales, so
Kind
Miss
of,
Mia watches VeggieTales.
kind of like in Wii, when you have when the Mii's limbs are kind of.
Oh yeah, the Mii's. Yes, it's like that, but they actually have hands, or are they just like little balls?
What, the memes? The emojis? Are you talking about
The veggies.
The veggies.
the VeggieTales?
Do they have hands or just?
Oh, like annoying orange.
I think they sometimes have hands, at least sometimes.
Sometimes.
I
Yeah,
don't know
it's
if
not
Do they have
consistent.
like actual hands, or do they have basically just the fist?
It's an actual hand. It looks sort of like it's a white glove, kind of.
Yeah, it's just not consistent.
Oh,
Okay, so let's look at this.
I have to look at that.
So I think Grant told us about a special case last week. Is that right, Grant? I think it was Grant that did that. Right? For Jesus?
Is
He had his own declension, right?
defined as Cupid?
Cupidus. Let me see. Cupidus means eager for or desirous with. So this was a little bit confusing for Miss Jamia, so I'm praying that you guys understand it way better than I did. I had to get my daughter to help explain it to me. So there's some adjectives that govern the genitive case. And so what we have to remember is that in English, when we use a preposition, we always have an object of the preposition, right? But in Latin, sometimes an adjective has an object. So we don't have that. That doesn't exist in English, right? Our adjectives never have objects. It's only a direct object or an object complement noun, or it's the object of the preposition, right? So this is going to be something new that's foreign to us in English. So for this particular adjective, what adjective ending is this? Cupidus, and William?
It's the adjective that's not the third declension adjective.
Right, so it would be the first and second declension group for adjectives, and so it would follow those endings. So here, when we have Caesar was eager for power, or Caesar was desirous of power, when we throw this for or of in there, now it will take a different case. So it kind of just didn't make sense to me. I was just like, I don't get it. I don't understand. And it's because adjectives don't have objects in English. That's why. So if we were to parse this out and question confirm, Caesar would be our subject noun, was would be our linking verb, eager for would be our complete adjective. So you know how we have some, we don't have adjectives necessarily that have more than one word, but we do have prepositions like on account of that have more than one word. So that whole thing would be considered the adjective. And then power is, what is power? If we were to remove this eager for, and it just says Caesar was power, what would power be?
Predicate adjective.
Yes. Actually, I think this would be a predicate noun, right? This would be a predicate noun. So when we throw this adjective in front of it, it now is an object. So hopefully it's making sense. Hopefully it makes sense when you read this week, because you're going to be introduced to this week. So it's the same. This particular word can mean either of these definitions, eager for or desirous of, but it also can mean just eager and just desirous. So when it means both of these words and for is thrown in there, then it changes the case of this object. Does that make sense, William?
Yeah. But what case is the object of the adjective?
So it's genitive.
Okay.
It's the genitive case.
Would we just call it the object of the adjective?
Yes, that is what they call it in the book. It's called the object of the adjective. And so when we translate this in Latin, we have our subject noun for Caesar, right? Which is still Caesar. Our linking verb is erat. Our adjective is masculine, right? To match our subject noun. It's cupidus. And then our object noun, which would be power, is imperi in the genitive case. Okay, so if this for or of was not there, then it wouldn't be the genitive case. That's what makes it the genitive case. So if we were to cover up this desirous and it just said of power, we would know to use which one, which case.
It just said
Right.
of power.
We would know to use the possessive case anyway, right? If it just said of power. So you're gonna see these this week. And I just want you to be mindful of those, because that's not something that we have in English. So just be mindful of that. There are a few words that are going to govern that kind of case. So just be mindful of them, and we'll have some examples of them.
Is it only after eager for or desirous of, or are they going to tell us? Will they explain it in the book?
They explain it in the book. And so I guess based on the way you parse it, you have to see if when you translate it, does it make sense to say desirous of, or does it make sense to say just desirous?
And if it was Caesar was desirous power or whatever, well, that doesn't make sense. If it didn't have of, then would it not be an object of the adjective afterward?
Right, it would not be. It would then be your nominative. It would be the same as Caesar.
And one last question: Do now you had so can nouns do nouns change into the object of the adjective? Can they change? Because you had is like if with one of the last slides, it was a noun that was at the object of the adjective, like for power, unless it's also an adjective, and we just didn't learn it yet.
Right, so this isn't being used as an adjective here, right? It's not describing anything. This is a noun here. So if power were being used as an adjective, you'd have to see what comes before it, what comes after it. Whatever is modifying, you're going to follow that case, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so just see how you guys do with the exercises this week. And if I need to send you this particular slide in the classroom, like give me a heads up. Okay, if this makes more sense to you than the way that they describe it in the book. Okay, all right, guys, lunchtime. I will see you at 12:30. Eat enough for Miss Jamia.
And when do we end?
Till 12:30, you got 30 minutes.
No, when do we end?
We end at 3:30 or sooner. It depends on the breaks. Stop sharing. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Okay, I think, was this one the first one? This wasn't my first slide. Hold on, guys, something happened. This isn't supposed to be my first slide.
Wait, never mind.
It's supposed to be this one. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do better with integrating our subjects a little bit more. With cartography, it's probably a little bit easier. Hey, Julie. Because we can always discuss the areas of our books that we're reading about, right? So what area are we reading about in Number of the Stars?
Denmark.
Denmark. And what about Denmark? What was significant about Denmark in Number of the Stars? William.
So they were kind of coordinated, maybe. I don't know, but anyway, they were really good at rescuing the Jews. So
Okay.
more than 90% it said survived.
Okay, very good, very good. So I saw this map and was like, oh, that's so interesting. So if you remember in the book, it talked about how the Nazis had come in and taken over Denmark, right? And remember that they were very strategic in the way that they took over countries. And next week we'll look at, they took over 20 countries. Over 20 countries. And we're gonna I have a map that's gonna show us the order in which they took over these countries. And you'll see kind of the strategy that they used to deceive the Soviet Union, to get them on their side. And then they took their countries. So it was very interesting when I kind of went through it. I was like, oh, wow, it was very calculated. So here you have Germany, right? And so between the Nazi rise to power in 1933 and Nazi Germany's surrender in 1945, how many years is that?
$12.
Right, 12 years. 12 years, so that's a long time, right? More than 340,000 Jews emigrated from Germany and Austria. And so here we have a map of all the different places that they left to go to. And tragically, nearly 100,000 of them found refuge in countries that subsequently that were conquered by Germany. So they emigrated to these countries for safety, and then Germany takes over those countries, and then now they deport them to all of these German camps. So the only country, which I found this to be so fascinating, the only country that decided to help the Jewish nation was Denmark.
Wait, the UK was taken over by Germany?
No, so did you just join us, Russell?
No, I've been here the whole time.
Okay, so if what I said was that this map tells us that Jews emigrated to all of these different areas. That's what this map is that you're looking at. And these numbers tell you how many Jews emigrated there. Okay, so then when Germany took over all these different countries, the Jews that left to go to these countries for safety, and if the Germans took over that country, now they were deported to places that, you know, they wouldn't be safe any longer. And, say it again.
Sorry. So would they basically have to escape from the countries?
Yes.
Countries which might get attacked, so they have to escape into different countries and so on.
Yes. So we had even here in North America, you had over 102,000 Jews that emigrated to North America, and they were safer in areas, right, where U.S. had alliances with. So with like the UK, France, but even I'm reading, I was on the Holocaust Museum site for a good portion of the week. Germans even tried to get into some of these countries to deport the Jews to these concentration camps. So it was very calculated in the way that the Germans kind of took over. They were trying to take over the world. I mean, basically, I think that's what Hitler's plan was. But you can see how Denmark is this little nation right here, right? Do you remember who was the king during this time from our book?
King Christian X.
Right. So why didn't King Christian try to fight the Germans? Kendall?
There were so many Germans that it would only get the Danes killed more.
Right. Right. It was this little country that they just didn't have the manpower to fight back. Right. So he surrendered, they came in, and then they started trying to deport the Jews. But the one special thing about Denmark is that they tried to help the Jewish nation survive. And unlike a lot of the other countries, I don't know what was behind them not helping the Jews. I probably have to research that a little bit more. But for Denmark, 90%, that's a lot. 90% of the Jews survived. Why? Where did they go? Where does the book tell us they went to?
Sweden.
Yes.
But on your map, it has one of the Germany arrows pointing to Sweden. Did Germany eventually take over Sweden?
So no, this map again is where the Jews went, where the Jews emigrated to, because initially Jews were here in Germany, and it was heavily populated with Jewish people. And so once Hitler's people started taking over, they had to get out of there, right? And so they are emigrating to all of these different areas for safety. And so why do you think Sweden, they didn't take over Sweden? Does anyone know why Germany didn't take over Sweden? Kendall?
Sweden was bigger than Germany.
Was Sweden neutral or something?
Sweden was neutral, but they were neutral for a very specific reason. Russell, where are you? Are you covering up your camera?
Mm-mm.
Okay, because I can't see your face. Your camera's covered with something. Why do you think that Sweden was neutral?
Because they were a big country and Germany didn't want to fight them.
Okay, I think that would probably make sense. That would be logical for, it does look pretty big, but they did conquer Norway. And although this map kind of cuts off the size of it, Norway is as big as Sweden, if not a little bit bigger. Anyone have any other ideas?
Did
So-
Sweden have a bigger and better military?
So that would be a good logical reason, but no. So honestly, Sweden had an export of iron. What do you think iron, why would iron be important to the Germans?
Because they make guns.
Russell, I'm gonna need you to raise your hand when you wanna speak, okay? And I can't see you, your camera is covered up by something.
Well, I don't know what's covering up. I don't think I can remove it.
There's something that's over the camera. If you have something resting on it.
No, I'm sure I don't.
Okay, I can't see you though. So you're gonna have to try to see. I can see your face to the side now, but there's something right here covering it up. There, yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
You moved it, whatever that is. You just moved it. Move it to my right, your left, right? Yeah, whatever that is, move that out the way. There you go. Okay, it's back.
That's as far as I can move it.
Okay, I can't see your face though. Okay, I can if you stay to the right of your screen or to the left maybe. No, to your right. If you stay to your right, then I can see your face. Okay, Kendall, I'm sorry, Kendall. You had some thoughts about Sweden's major export was iron. Why would that be important to the Germans? Kendall.
They could use it to make weapons?
Exactly.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
Right, I just need you to raise your hand though, okay? So yes, exactly. So they were able to remain neutral because of the export of iron. I was blown away by that. So if Sweden decided to withdraw their export of iron from the Germans may not have been as successful at conquering all these other countries as they were. So they were able to constantly get supply from Sweden, but then Sweden was harboring the very nation that they were trying to destroy. I found that to be so fascinating. I was like, oh.
Story saying that Sweden was like a secret ally.
Yeah, I guess we could say that. Like they were supplying them the resources.
Weren't the Jews welcomed on the other side when Alan's family and the other Jews got to Sweden? Weren't they welcomed?
Yeah, they certainly were. Jews specifically from Denmark were going to Sweden. They were able to set up shop there, and that's where they remained safe, and the Germans did not touch them. So Denmark was the only country from what I'm reading that really did that.
Christian Mia,
Yes.
did Germany ever conquer the Netherlands and Belgium?
Yes. So next week, when we look at the 20 plus countries that the Germans ended up conquering, you'll kind of see, I have dates that they conquered them so that you can see strategically how they were trying to take over Europe. And I guess kind of where they slipped up and went wrong. It's interesting to look at. So we'll look at that next week. So, okay, so now let's look at our 4 facts and a lie. Okay, first one, Poland was the first country to break free of the Soviet Union in 1989. largely thanks to the anti-communist resistance group called Solidarity, led by Lech Walesa. Walesa was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize and was later elected president of Poland. That's number one.
Jamia,
Yes.
I'm not sure, but when we saw your slide, is it possible we could have seen the answer?
I don't think so.
I don't think I know which one it is, so.
I don't think so. I don't have the answer in.
Never mind.
I don't think I have the answer in here.
Never mind. Never mind. I don't.
Okay, wait a minute. Is this? Bulgaria is the only country in the world where rather than nodding, they shake their heads back and forth to say yes. Number 3, the city of Pilsen in the Czech Republic conducts an annual liberation celebration every May 6th to thank American soldiers for liberating them from the Nazis. Number 4, Russia and Japan have still not been able to agree on a permanent peace treaty to end World War II because of an ongoing dispute over the Kuril Islands. Have you guys noted those on your map? They are so beautiful. I looked up pictures of them. They're very beautiful. And number 5, Ukraine is sadly famous for the Chernobyl nuclear power plant explosion. How many of you know about that?
Maybe a little. Not very much.
Okay, that was like a big deal when I was a kid. Let's see, that took place on April 26, 1986, when it was still part of the Soviet Union. Largely regarded as the worst man-made disaster in history, it released at least 100 times more radiation than the atom bombs dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. The death toll has never been fully calculated, as incidents of cancer, birth defects, and other ailments tied to radiation exposure continue to this day. So which one is not true?
You said that you didn't think you had the answer on the slide.
I don't have the answer
Okay,
on this
I
slide.
must not have seen it.
Four. I don't think 4 is true.
Okay.
I think it's 5 because I thought that the death count was like fully calculated already.
Okay.
2.
2. 4, 5, and 2.
2.
Who else said 2?
Me.
William. Okay, that's 2 for 2. 1, 4, 1, 5. Simon, you say 2?
2.
Okay. Tawi, you say 2. Russell, what do you say? Kendall, you say 3? Russell, are you there? Where's Jordan?
I said 2.
You say 2? Okay. I don't have all my votes in. So the answer is 2. 2 is a lie. Bulgaria is the only country in the world where rather than nodding, they shake their heads back and forth to say yes. So I don't believe any country does that. Yes means yes and no means no. It's a universal communication.
There are countries that do that though, but I think there's more than one.
Really? Yeah, I need to see that in action. I always thought that was like the universal, if you can't say yes and their, you know, whatever the native language is, that they understand this. Yes. Like from I Love Lucy, whenever Lucy couldn't speak Spanish, she would nod yes or say no. And then people will understand. Okay, that's for anybody that has seen I Love Lucy. Okay, so we're playing a game today. All right.
Yeah.
So this is gonna test your country and capitals. So what I have listed underneath the, what do you call this? The point values are either gonna be a country or a capital. So what you have to do is,
You said we could do teams, please. Sorry
No.
for interrupting.
We can't really do teams with this because it doesn't go into the groups. Like I can't pull this into the groups. So this would have to be an individual thing, and you're gonna have to keep track of your points. So I have 2 daily doubles in there. 2 daily doubles.
Are you gonna have a final Jeopardy?
If we make it that far, we can.
If we don't make it that far, can we just skip to that? Because that's one of the best parts, is the last one.
Actually, I don't think I did a final Jeopardy because I have one for features too on the next slide.
Can you just make up one and have it as final Jeopardy?
Yes, I can try to do that. Okay, so remember, I'm either going to give you a country or a capital. You have to give me the opposite of what it is. Okay, so if I give you a country, then you give me a capital. If I give you a capital, then you give me a country. And so I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 10, because you guys are 10 or is usually 10.
7. 7.
Hold on.
8. 8.
Wait a minute, I haven't thought of the number yet. Okay, let me up it. I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 20. Okay, wait, let me write my number down. Okay, my number is written down.
15.
14.
Hold on, Grant.
18.
Y'all are going too fast.
14 for me, the Simon.
Okay, Simon, 14.
18.
William, what'd you say?
9.
9. Eden.
12.
12. Tally.
13.
13. Shiloh.
2.
2. Jordan.
18.
18. And
Good job, George.
Kendall.
5.
5. And Russell. I see your fingers. You gonna give me a number? I can only see like part of your fingers. That thing, Russell, has to move out of the camera. That thing, whatever it is. Give me a number, Russell. Are you there? Can you unmute and say a number for me while you try to fix that?
2.
Did he say 10?
He said 12.
12. Okay, so my number was 18. Good job, Jordan. So
I said 2.
2, okay.
Jordan, I said 2.
Shiloh already said 2.
Let's go.
Okay, so my number was 18. So you guys will go in the order of whoever came closest to my number. So first it was Jordan, then it was who?
Me.
Somebody said 15. Who said 15?
Me. Grant.
Grant, and then who was it? 14 was Simon, right? And then who was it?
Tally at 13.
I did 12.
Okay, then Towie, then Eden,
Then me at 9, I think.
then William.
Russell got 12.
No, Russell did 2.
Okay,
He said
Russell.
2?
Yeah, he said 2. What'd you say, Shiloh?
I also said 2.
Okay, Russell, you would have to give me another number. But it works out fine because Russell, I'll have to call on him last, and then Kendall comes after William. Okay, 1, 2, 3,
Why do you have to call on Razul last?
9. Because he gave me 2, everybody else had given me numbers. It was a low number, so I already have an order based on the numbers that you guys have given me. So listen out for this so you know who comes before you, okay? So Jordan is first, then it's Grant, then it's Simon, Tally, Eden, William, Kendall, Shiloh, and then Russell, okay? So on your
So that means I'm first place?
that means you're gonna go first. You're gonna choose first. So how you'll let me know what to select for you is you'll say country and capitals 1 for however much, for 300. Okay, I need you to keep track of your scores on your whiteboards. Miss Jamia is not keeping track of scores, so please get your math right, all that good stuff. Okay? All right, Jordan, you're up.
I have a question.
Yes, who has a question? Is that Grant?
Yeah. Are the numbers off of the direction, like north, south, east, and western, or is it just numbers?
No, this is based on just north and west,
Okay.
right?
So do the numbers 1, 2, 3 help you tell which one you want? Like you'd say 3 for 500 or something.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
is there steals?
Yes.
Is it
So for steel, you get half the points. Okay, so for steals, you get half the points.
how about
Say it again, William.
you have to subtract points if you get the steal wrong, so everyone doesn't just say steal right away.
Okay, yes. I don't know that I'll be able to keep track of that, but did everybody hear that?
And you
So if you steal and you get it wrong, then you have to subtract half those points from your score.
and you can go into negative numbers.
Yes, you can go into negative numbers. Okay, Russell, are you with us? Yes, no, maybe so. I need your camera on if you are with us, if you can hear me. All right, Jordan, you're up.
Okay.
So go ahead
Okay.
and let me know.
Countries and capitals. Number 1, 300.
300. Dublin.
Ireland.
Yes, very good. So next up is Grant.
Countries and capitals. Number 2, 500.
500. Lithuania.
Steal.
Pepper.
You got it? I'm gonna have to put a time limit on this thing, Grant.
I don't think this is it, but is it pronounced Riga? Or
Oh, okay, who raised their hand first? How does this work? I didn't see who raised their hand first. Okay, William for the steal.
It was maybe me or Towie, but is it spelled VILNIUS?
Yes, very good. So you get 250 points for that.
Was okay, thanks.
I guess it's pronounced Vilnius.
Did I get
Vilnius.
wait, were you stealing before me? Okay, so who's next?
Okay, Simon.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead and select.
Countries and capitals 4, 500.
Okay. Kaliningrad.
That's an administrative division of Russia.
Very good, very good. 500 points for Simon.
E.
Hello?
Okay, Towie.
Hello? Am I?
Yes, I can hear you, Russell.
Countries and capitals, 2 for 200.
2 for 200. Oslo.
Sam raised his hand first, just so you know.
Okay, thank you, Simon.
What is with this raising hand rule? I
I'm
mean,
drawing a blank.
I got the
I need you not to speak if you haven't raised your hand. Russell, please, not to unmute. Okay, Tower, you got it for me?
I'm drawing a blank on it.
Okay, for the steel, William.
Norway.
Very good. Norway is the correct answer. That was, so what's that, 100 points for you? Okay, Eden, you're up.
Countries and capitals, 1 for 500.
Y'all going for the big ones. Finland.
Helsinki or something like that.
Yes, very good. Don't say it or something like that. Just say it with confidence, girl. Say it with confidence. Helsinki is correct. Okay, William, you're up.
Countries and capitals, 3 for 500. And I'm guessing it's gonna.
Austria.
VIENNA, Vienna.
Yes, very good. Vienna is correct. Okay, next up is Kendall.
Countries and capitals, 2 for 400.
2 for 400. Okay, Denmark.
Copenhagen.
Yes, very good. All right, Shiloh, you're up.
Countries and capitals, 3 for 300.
For how much? For how much?
300.
300. I thought you said 1,500. Girl, it's a daily double. Woohoo! Do you have any points yet? Oh no, Shiloh. So, well, that would be 300. So if you get this correct, you can make it 600. Okay. All right, you ready? Paris.
France.
Very good. You get 600 points. Woohoo! I have to put some sound in this next time. That's what it's missing, sound. Okay, Rasul. Rasul, it's your turn.
Miss Jamia, you can't steal daily doubles, right? It just goes away if you don't get it, right?
Right, the daily double part goes away. Yes. Rasul, it's your turn. What's that mean? No, you know your countries and capitals. I know you do. I know you've been working on it, so let's try. Come on, pick one. Unmute. Pick one.
which one do you want me to do?
Whichever one you want to choose. Pick one that hasn't been chosen, any of these.
400.
400 for which one? Country and capitals, 1, 2, 3, or 4? Or 1, 3, or 4?
Number 1.
Number 1. Talon, what's the country for that one?
You know what? I give up. Simon, you can do it.
Okay, for the steel.
Kendall got it.
Kendall. Go ahead, Kendall, for the steel.
Estonia.
Yes, very good. Woo, woo, woo. Those are the sound effects that we need, you guys. Okay. Thank you for trying, Russell. Okay, Jordan, you're up.
Okay. So countries and capitals, number 2, 100.
Sweden.
Stockholm.
Very good. Woohoo! Okay, Grant.
Countries and capitals for 300.
For 300. Switzerland.
Switzerland. That one. Oh, wait. Thinking. Oh. Is it Vaduz?
No, it's not that. For the steel.
Who had it first?
I'm gonna share the wealth. Eden for the steel.
Bern.
Yes, very good. Bern it is for Switzerland. Okay, Simon, you're up.
I choose, the 500s are gone. Countries and capitals, 400.
Monaco.
I feel like Monaco doesn't have a capital because it's a city.
Monaco, that's the capital.
Yeah, that's what I.
Russell, you could have did it for the steel. You can't just shout it out.
Monaco's Monaco.
I don't know how fair that one is.
No,
Russell,
he
you
gets
could have
it.
got that one for the steel.
He gets it.
Okay, Simon, go ahead. Monaco is Monaco. Very good. Russell, if you know it for the steel, I need you to raise your hand, okay? Because you could have had 400 points. 400 points. Okay, because I know you know these, all right? So just for the steel, raise your hand. Okay, I can't hear you if you're talking to me.
The steel is half of the points.
Right, well, right. So you would have gotten 200 points. But if you find that daily double, there's one more in here. Okay, Towie, you're up.
Capitals and countries, 1 for 200.
1 for 200. London.
England.
Okay, I'll take that. What is it called in your book?
Um,
I'll take that though, but what is it called in your book?
United Kingdom.
Russell,
Rasul.
you have to raise your hand. You can't just shout it out, okay? Okay, yes, Towie it would be United Kingdom, but I'll take England. Okay, who's next? Eden.
Countries and capitals for 400.
400, okay. Vaduz. Jordan, do you know any of these for this?
It's the really long L word.
You gotta say it.
Long L word.
Okay. She said the really long L word.
There's a good book that I've read that goes escape to, I don't know if you would have heard of it, and then it's this word.
Because we have a couple of L words, right? Yeah. We have 2 that are, I think, the same length.
It's like,
You can do it, Eden. Try it.
Lithudos.
So close.
Lithudoon.
Not quite.
Kendall had it, I think.
Okay, Kendall for the steel.
No, I got it. I saw.
Simon, I need you guys not to speak out of turn, okay? So go ahead, Kendall, for the steel.
Liechtenstein.
Yes, very good. So close, Eden. So close.
Actually, it's not really how you pronounce it, just saying it's
Isn't it Liechtenstein?
yeah.
I feel like that's how I've heard it before on like the news.
Well, I've been to Germany and my cousin is German and now lives in Germany, so
That's how you pronounce it.
Liechtenstein.
Do I get some of the points for doing Liechtenstein?
No.
No, but it was a good
Kendall said all the letters that were there, so that's fine. Okay, who's next? William, you're next.
Countries, capitals, 1 for 100. Wait, yeah, never mind. Okay,
Riga? Or Riga?
Yeah, Latvia.
Yes, how do you say that?
Latvia.
Yes, very good, very good. You're approaching this like it's a spelling bee. Thank you, I appreciate that, William. Okay, it's getting down to the wire. We have 5 more left. Okay, Kendall, you're up. Find that daily double.
Countries and capitals 2, 300.
Okay, Iceland.
Reykjavik.
Yes, very good. That pronunciation was awesome. If it's wrong, I was wrong.
It's Reykjavik.
No, I think
Reykjavik, is that what you said?
Reykjavik. I think it's Reykjavik.
Oh, okay.
that's what Kendall said. Exact.
Okay, good job. Okay, Shiloh, you're up.
Countries and capitals 4 for 200.
Luxembourg.
Isn't it Luxembourg?
Yes, very good. So we have 2 like that, right? Monaco and Monaco, and then Luxembourg and Luxembourg. Very good. Okay, Rasul. Rasul, are you there?
Mr. Mia, don't we also have San Marino and San Marino?
Yeah, I think so. For the 2 that I San Marino. Have we gotten to that one already? You mean that's not in Europe.
It's in Italy, I think. It's a tiny country.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, for Southern Europe, yeah. Okay, Rasul, you want to choose?
100.
Which one, 3 or 4? 3. Berlin.
Germany.
Very good. Germany it is. Okay, Jordan, you're up.
Okay. Countries and capitals.
Double.
3, 200.
Amsterdam.
Is it Switzerland?
No, it's not Switzerland. For the steal.
Kendall had it.
Shoot.
Russell. Very good. The Netherlands it is. So the last one, Grant. This should be the daily double. Oh, Maybe I forgot to put it in.
Wait, maybe the next round has two because I think usually the first round only has one daily double.
No, I thought I put 2 in here. Belgium
Oh,
is the best place for shopping, they say.
Belgium.
And it's the first word of a vegetable.
William, no hints. Hopefully a good vegetable. Hopefully you like this vegetable. I think a lot of people don't like it.
Start with a B.
Perhaps.
I think it's like Priscilla or something.
It is Brussels. It's Brussels. Very good. Okay, what are your scores for this one?
900.
Mine's 400.
800.
950.
So it sounds like 950 is the highest.
What about our Jeopardy round? Eden could take me on Final Jeopardy.
Oh, William, I want to get to the features. We have 3 minutes.
Okay, after features, can we do Final Jeopardy?
I don't know if we'll have time. We have 3 minutes left in this
I
seminar.
got 1,100.
Oh, go Kendall.
Okay, we have to do features. We have to do features.
We have to do features. Okay, who was next? Simon.
800.
Okay, so I think, how did I have this? I kind of don't remember how I did it, you guys. Oh, okay, yes. So which letter is the Mediterranean Sea?
B.
Yes, very good. B it is for 800. Very good. Towie.
300.
300. Which letter is the English Channel?
G.
Very good. G it is. Okay, Eden.
700.
700. Which letter is the Baltic Sea?
A.
A, very good. Okay, William.
600.
600. Which letter is the Arctic Ocean?
Let me think, because there are 2 letters that look kind of like they could be it. Is it? Is it C?
Yes, it is C. Very good. Okay, Kendall.
I guess 500.
Daily double. Woohoo, Kendall. Okay, you ready?
What's
Which
a
one?
daily double?
So you're gonna double these points. What was that, 500? If you get it correct, you would give yourself 1,000 points. Come on, let's get through it. Atlantic Ocean.
E?
E is correct. Woohoo!
Do I double 500?
Yeah, so you give yourself 1,000 points. Shiloh.
400, I guess.
400. North Sea.
D.
D, very good. North Sea is D. Rasul. $100 or $200?
Whatever.
Choose one, please.
You want it?
200. Which letter is the Bay of Biscay?
I don't really know.
Okay, you want to look and try?
As long as you guess, you have a chance of getting it right.
I don't know.
Really?
So there's only 2 letters that have not been called if you've kind of been paying attention to the letters. Oh, wait a minute. I think I was supposed to be uncovering them. Sorry, guys. I kind of forgot about that. When we called A, we called C, we called D, we
Called
called E, we called G. Okay, so it would be one of these 2 letters, Russell. You want to try to guess? Okay, it looks like that's a no. For the steal,
Was
William.
it me first? It may have been.
So I think I saw your hand.
It's H.
Okay, very good. It is H. And so what is F without me uncovering that 100? Grant?
It's the Norwegian.
Yes, very good. The Norwegian. C is F. Give yourself 100 points for that one. Okay, so that's it. That game took us like 2 minutes over.
Can't you just make up a random question and we can have Final Jeopardy from any?
Okay, Final Jeopardy, everybody. So first you have to write down how many points you want to wager. Write down how many points you want to wager. You can wager it all. So that means if you get it right, then you can double your score. Or if you think that you're not that strong in it, you're not sure, you can wager as much as you want without going over the points that you.
Are we counting, so any number of points, it doesn't have to be what we have?
No, it has to be within the points that you have.
And are we counting points from both rounds or just one?
Yes, both rounds together.
Miss Jamia?
Yes.
So we had to wager before we got the clue?
Yes.
Well, I never knew that in Final Jeopardy. I thought you got to get the clue.
Nope, you get the category, they tell you the category, and then you have to wager your points, and then they give you the clue.
Is the category gonna be waters or countries and capitals?
I can't tell you that. It's gonna be one of those.
It's geography, because they probably don't, usually the categories aren't very specific, or at least maybe sometimes, I don't know. So you could.
It will be one of those.
How do we do a Final Jeopardy question?
You said how?
Yeah.
So, okay, let me explain it. So first you have your total points, right? And so now you have to wager how many points that you want to add to your score or possibly deduct from your score if you get it wrong. Then I would ask you the question, you write your answer down, and if you get it correct, then you either will add whatever you wagered or you will subtract whatever you wagered.
And you might not.
Then we would see who the winner is based on that.
You might not want to hold up how much you want to wager.
Yeah, don't hold up how much you want to wager, Jordan. You want to keep that a secret.
Someone could use that to find out how much they were going to wager.
So it's all kind of risky, right? Because you don't know how many points everyone has first, and second, you don't know how many points that they're going to wager if they get it correct. So the only thing we know right now is that Kendall's in the lead. She's in the lead.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah, so has everyone written down how many points they want to wager?
And for just to make it
Yeah.
Final Jeopardy, you write it on your whiteboard, right? You don't say it aloud.
Right, write it on, that's very important. Please write it on your whiteboard. And then I'll ask for the answer after like a minute.
Isn't it 30 seconds and I can play my Jeopardy music?
Okay. All right, so
Can you
We
stop?
have already done,
Can you stop sharing your screen?
yes.
It will take me about 1 sec. It might take me a minute. Okay. No, maybe not a minute.
Are you sure? No, you're done sharing your screen.
I'm almost got down to it. Almost there. 1 sec. I'm ready, so I'm on a tab on Google, and I can just press play and come back to the meeting. Well, I'm still in the meeting when you're ready.
Okay, I am ready. And okay. Okay, you ready? You've written down your points. So what body of water is north of the Baltic Sea? What body of water is north of the Baltic Sea? Okay, so all of your answers should be written down. So the final answers, let me hold it up and let me see. Am I supposed to say it or are you supposed to? Okay, I'm sorry, William, that is not correct. I'm sorry, Eden, that is not correct. I'm sorry, Shiloh, that is not correct. Jordan, what'd you have?
I don't really know, so.
Okay. I'm sorry, Simon, that is not correct.
Kendall.
I'm sorry, Kendall, that is not correct. Did anybody get it right? Grant, did you get it right? I'm sorry, that is not correct.
Wait, what is it?
I want you guys to open up your books. Open up your books to page 60.
Is it the White Sea or the Barents?
Open up your books to page 60.
I didn't want to put those two down because we didn't review them in the features.
So remember, it would have been the features that we did for Northern and Western Europe so far. That's where I took it from. So it should be features that you have reviewed already.
Wait, Miss Jamia.
Yes.
Technically, the Arctic Ocean is above the Baltic Sea.
Technically, what is?
The Arctic Ocean is above the Baltic Sea.
Right, I'm talking about right north of the Baltic Sea. You see that body of water, right? What body of water is that?
Open the photography to what page?
Page 60.
I don't know how to.
Who wants to say it for us? Page 60 is those waters would kind of run together probably at one point. You would see them kind of running together. Shiloh.
The Gulf of Bothnia.
Yes. That was a tricky one, huh? None of you guys got that one right. Arctic Ocean would have been like super easy. That was like way north. Skip some land and then way north. But this one was right north in the fact that it would blend into it at some point, right? Baltic Sea.
So how do we count up points if we wagered all of them?
So if you wagered all of them, it's a goose egg.
Wagered all of them, so I'm also at 0.
So what are our final scores?
Do you subtract the amount that you wagered?
Yes.
0.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Weren't you in second place, William?
Yes, I had 1,750 points.
Oh no, Eden, goose egg. Grant, goose egg.
I'm proud of my.
Towie, goose egg. You guys all wagered everything?
I still have 1,400.
Oh, good job, Kendall. You're not supposed to wager everything. You're supposed to leave at least $1. At least $1.
I still have 1,100.
Okay. Oh, that's so close. So Kendall is first place. It looks like Shiloh is second place. Jordan, how much did you wager all your points?
That looks like 4.
I didn't have that much points. I just have 400.
Right. Did you wager all your points for the final Jeopardy question?
I forgot to wager it.
Oh, okay. Simon, what did you wager?
All my points.
Okay, so you guys, you have to know you don't wager all your points. So just in case you get it wrong, unless you know, say you know, no, there's no way I can get this wrong. Then you wager them all, but you always leave a cushion.
Miss Jamia?
Yes.
Can we play this again?
Yes, we can. We can. Okay, guys, what's our next subject?
Analogies. Save the best for last. Or one of the best, other than science.
LTW.
LTW.
Type it in the chat.
Analogy.
Put it in the chat. Stopped working for some reason.
I'm on a 5-minute break.
You can't have that.
Push on.
Okay, LTW.
You might want to look at who voted.
LTW.
I think some people voted a lot.
Who voted a lot?
Kendall.
Okay, it still looks like LTW may have won. Oh, I see. Kendall did vote a lot. Okay, it still looks like LTW has the lead. Okay, guys, LTW it is. Okay, so where are we? Where is it? Okay, here we go. Okay, let's share. All right. Okay. Oh, I didn't change that brain. I missed that one. How did I miss it? Okay, I'll have to change it next time. So we are currently working in Number the Stars, and you should be reading Amos Fortune now. This is the book that we'll be doing for our
Ain't that the new book?
Say it again, Jordan. What was your question? Okay, he'll come back to me.
My cover page looks good on Amos Fortune.
Does it look like that?
No, it looks different. It looks like a guy and then some people dancing around in the great water, like maybe in Africa still.
Okay.
Mine looks like hers did.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Even for Number the Stars, there are quite a few covers for this book.
Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah, same. Okay, so I have this cool quote that I love. I love BFFs and everything that they stand for. How many of you have a BFF? Okay. So only one person out of you guys?
Maybe sometimes, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if people really use that term. I guess some people do still. I kind of never did when I was growing up, but I know people that did. So it still made for interesting conversation. I just never wanted to hurt anybody's feelings, so it was hard for me to kind
My
of let
best friend is Barney.
your best friend. Is that your dog?
Yeah.
Oh, man or girl's best friend is your pet. Why is my thing acting up so bad today, you guys?
Isn't Ellen supposed to have isn't Ellen supposed to have the pigtails?
Maybe so. It's okay not to be too critical of my picture, William. I found it with this, a person had did a play. They were working on a play and they had kind of a manuscript of it. And this is how they decided to characterize Alan and Anne-Marie. And I thought it was a good picture because it kind of shows their closeness. It just kind of shows how close they are. So can I get somebody to read this quote for me?
Is that the bracelet that was the number of stars?
Yes, it is. We're going to talk about that in a minute, Jordan. Very good observation. Can I get someone to read the quote for me, please? Go ahead, William.
Anne-Marie felt a surge of sadness. It was as if Ellen had moved now into a different world. The world of her own family would never lay ahead of them.
Okay, so does anyone remember that quote in the book? Under what circumstance was it said? William.
It was said when Ellen's parents arrived at the funeral, and they'd been together for a long time, but now Ellen was kind of moving off toward her parents. And yeah.
Yeah, so how do you think she would have felt about that? I mean,
It's like she no longer liked her so much.
Oops.
Maybe.
You think that, say that again, William, that she didn't like her so much?
Maybe she, not didn't like her so much, but had got bored of her.
Who got bored of who?
Maybe Ellen got bored of Anne-Marie.
Got bored of Ellen?
No, maybe Ellen got bored of Anne-Marie and moved off to her family or else she just hadn't seen them in a long time.
Okay. Any other thoughts? So I want you guys to try to imagine you are in Denmark and life is normal, right? You guys are walking to school with your best friend. And if you don't have a best friend, imagine that you have a best friend. And you have your little sister walking with you. And now all of a sudden your world has turned upside down because you have these soldiers in your country now that hadn't been there before. And so now life is just different. At first it's okay because they're kind of not really bothering you. As kids, you don't know kind of all the details that surrounds them being there, but it's kind of as okay as it can be until now you find out that it affects your best friend. How do you think it would feel? Thumbs down. What's that mean, Eden?
Bad.
Yeah, you would feel bad. Why?
Because you love your best friend a lot.
Yeah, what kind of relationship did Anne-Marie and Ellen have?
I hope you love your best friend, I guess.
Yeah, they were almost like sisters, right? They grew up together and now their worlds were gonna change almost overnight, right?
Criticizing your picture, I guess it's pretty good.
Thank you, William. Okay, so now Ellen, remember, how long had Ellen been away from her parents? And why was she away from her parents? Where are you at, Jordan? I don't see you. Have you gotten to this part in your book yet, Jordan? Do you know why Ellen was not with her parents? Yes.
I kind of forgot.
Okay. Does anyone else remember? William?
Ellen was away from her parents for 3 days because they went into hiding because so the Nazis wouldn't take them away. And the Rosens had another daughter, so they could had one that died earlier. So before the book began, so they could hide Ellen, and besides, Anne Marie was her best friend, so they already like sisters, so they could just pretend like it. But then they couldn't hide like her parents too. Like, what are they gonna say if there's another family living in their apartment that looks different than them?
Right. Very good. You gave us the whole shebang there. Thank you, William. That was very, very good. Very good. So now that they get to Uncle Henrik's house, things are going to be different. How so? Russell?
Well, more soldiers.
Okay, more soldiers. Where is Uncle Henrik's house?
Just reading the picture.
Right, he is a fisherman. Is his house right in the same town as where they live?
No.
Right, very good. What about the dad? What about Anne Marie's dad? Where is he?
At home.
He's at home. Yes, very good. William?
He kind of like leaves the picture and then he doesn't really come back.
Right, why?
Because he has to be home because it would be suspicious if the whole family fled to the country.
Right.
Like
very good. So I want you to think about this. This is a mom, a woman, right? And her 2 daughters. Now they are going to her brother's house without her husband. So all this time prior to that, what role did the husband play in protecting his family?
The guy who sits down and watches TV.
Leader.
Peter? What about
Sort of
Peter?
like he sort of was the one talking when the soldiers came in the middle of the night, and the one making the excuses and stuff.
Right, very good. So now the world of her family and whatever lay ahead of them, you were going to have to be able to sacrifice and not be selfish at all to be able to go ahead with this plan, right?
Mr.
Yes,
that picture right there that your cursor is on.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what does that look like?
Probably in the boat, I think, where Uncle Hendrik had that hiding place.
Right.
But I don't understand that little bit of blue at the bottom.
It's just a piece of paper or something in there. But this is a picture of some of the pictures from the Holocaust Museum of some of the fishermen boats and where the Jewish people would have to hide from the soldiers. So there was a latch door here, right, that they would close. And so when you think about the part of the dog being on the boat and sniffing around, like I have another picture in here of a fisherman's boat that they would have been hidden under this. It was very close, tight quarters that they would have to stay in sometimes for hours before they could come out. Why didn't they just leave immediately? Why did they wait till morning to leave? Does it say in the book? Like, did the Nazis have speedboats or anything to catch them? I'm not sure, but it probably had to look as normal as possible if they were fishermen. So if they were fishermen by trade and they didn't normally fish at night, it might have looked suspicious for them to go off in the middle of the night. Yes, Grant.
Question.
Maybe their boats had to have been searched before they left, and the soldiers weren't awake then, so then they had to get the boat searched before they left.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense too. That definitely makes sense too. And so Jordan made reference to this necklace right here. What is this? This charm from the necklace. What?
Elton's necklace, the Jewish
Star of
necklace
David.
thingy.
The Star of David.
David or something.
Right, very good. It's called the Star of David. So who had this?
The Jews.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, in our book, what character had this?
Ellen.
Yeah, Alan.
Miss Jamia.
Yes, Jordan. Yes, Jordan.
Is this
Yes,
story
Jordan.
based on? Is this based on a real story?
Yes,
yes.
Wait, this story is.
it is based on some things were added.
I thought she said that she made the characters up, but she had a friend that lived there.
When I read more about this story, it was based on a friend who went through a lot of these same experiences. Some of them she may have added, for the purpose of the book, but she did a lot of research for that time period to kind of figure out what the Jewish nation did in Denmark. And so she added as much as she could to make it as real as possible.
We added Anne Marie, I think it says.
Right. So to tell it from the perspective of a child going through this was a great capture, right? Why do you think? How different do you think it would be told from a child versus an adult? William?
It might be easier to understand a child. Child's telling a story from a child's perspective, of course, for children, and it might be a little harder. If it was like an adult writing for adults.
Okay, very good. Oftentimes when we read about stories like that, it's told from a.
So them two girls right there, is those the people that was in the story?
Yeah, so this is supposed to be Alan and this is supposed to be Anne Marie.
Really?
We lost someone, but I can't really figure out who. We lost Simon.
Simon.
Oh, we did? Yes, we did. We did. Hold on, you guys. I gotta tend to my son for a second, okay? Give me a moment.
Have any of you all watched Frozen 2?
Why is that really?
I love it. It's even better than the first one.
Don't even start this conversation.
Yeah, don't even start this
It's
conversation.
Sorry about that.
awesome.
All right, guys. All right, so moving into what we're gonna be doing for this week, we are continuing to add on to our LTW process and trying to move these little things. It's getting on me. Okay, so last week we had the invention week, right? And these are the things that we did during that week. Our Annie charts, our 5 common topics, comparison 1, and then comparison 2. So this week we will sort. You'll do your exordium. And so we're going to learn a new skill this week. It's called amplification. And then we're going to get into our outline. Okay, so before we get into learning what amplification is, I need you guys to answer a question for me. So what is the purpose of a persuasive essay?
To persuade the reader to buy something or do something or try something.
Okay, very good. Don't forget to raise a hand though, Russell. That's very good. Okay, so the purpose is to, let's see if we can try to define it without using the word to define it. So I think Russell said persuade. So, or he said, get someone to buy something. Is that right, Russell? or get someone, is that what you said? Okay, so if we were to try to use another word besides get, what comes to mind?
You might want someone to believe what you believe.
Okay, that's a good one. Kendall?
Maybe convincing someone.
Right. Convincing was a very, very good word. Okay, so the purpose of the style of writing that we're doing right now is to try to convince someone about something, whatever that topic happens to be. And so your amplification is kind of like the punchline, right? It's the final plea to say, look, I'm trying to convince you of something and here's why. So I'm sure that you all are familiar with this speech. Who knows, who can tell me a little bit about it? What's going on in this picture? What do you see?
Martin Luther King preaching, like speeching the speech, telling him about his dream.
Okay, very good, Jordan. Who else has any comments? Do you know where he is? Where is he?
The National Mall.
He's at the National Mall, very good. And what's the name of the demonstration? Does anyone know the demonstration, William?
Was it the I Have a Dream speech?
It is the I Have a Dream speech. Do we know the name of the demonstration that he was a part of while he did the I Have a Dream speech?
That there is no I don't really like everyone. There is no like different signs about who could do something based on the color of their skin. There was no racism. Everyone just lived in harmony. Isn't that like what he was saying?
Yes, he was saying quite a bit in that speech, but the actual demonstration that he was a part of was called the March on Washington. How many of you have heard about that before? It was in 1963. So the March on Washington, there were several people that spoke that day, but the one that seems to be highlighted the most is Martin Luther King because of his I Have a Dream speech, which not only were all of these people here witnessing it, but then it also was televised. So there were millions of people that were able to see it on TV. So here for amplification at the end for the punchline, what we're going to learn how to do this week is to figure out who cares about what I'm trying to convince you of and why would they care? That's kind of what you have to answer with amplification. So in this particular instance, Martin Luther King, he was fighting for freedom, for jobs, and then just freedom of equality.
No,
Okay, and so his audience were going to be those people on the mall that we saw, all those people that were there, the participants of the March on Washington at Lincoln Memorial, and then civil rights activists, Black, white, male, female, over 200,000 participants, Americans, nationwide. All of these people would have been his potential audience that would care about him getting up there to try to convince them of something, right? And so the purpose now would be a call for action, a call for equality and freedom of African Americans in America. So it's important for us to figure out the who cares and why, because now that's your final plea to support your argument. So it's a step-by-step process, and this is why Ms. Jamia just loves LTW. So the part of the essay's conclusion that states to whom does it matter and why, and what it does is, who knows what an amplifier is?
Does it like make things bigger? Like it might push things farther away?
Yeah, in music. Some of you might know what an amplifier is in music.
Does it make it bigger? I mean, louder?
Yes.
Is that the thing you stick in a tuba?
I don't think you stick it in a tuba. I think it's a machine. I know, okay, so my husband used to DJ, and so they call them amps, right? For short, they call them amps for short. And so he would have to plug his turntables into the amplifier and then plug that into the speakers to make it go as loud as it could go. So if he just plugged it into the speakers, it wouldn't go loud enough to kind of, you know, have that surround sound for like an event. So the amplifier just makes it like a more of a, I don't want to say bigger, that's our band word, but a more gigantic sound.
Elephantine.
Okay, yes, all of those, just not big or bigger. Okay, so here is our process, right? We first want to identify the audience by selecting a group the audience cares about. And we're going to look at some of our previous books to kind of get an idea of how this would work in this book. Then the next step is then you choose one of those. Which one is the most important one that would impact your thesis the most? And then we would have our thesis, to whom it matters, and then why. So let's look at how that looks in some of our other books. So if I had this as my thesis, Edmund should not have followed the White Witch for 3 reasons. Lucy warned him, he acted in secret, and the White Witch was evil. Who would be the audience?
Were you gonna use Jadis instead?
Oh, because I love her name so much. I could change her name to Jadis.
This was in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and we're never told that she was Jadis, so that's implied.
Right.
But
Right.
I feel like in the sample essays they say the White Witch.
They do. They always say the White Witch, but I prefer to say her name just because I like her name. But okay, so if we were looking to add amplification, who would care? Who would care about this decision that Edmund made? Like what family or family members would care?
Narnia.
Okay, the members of Narnia, is that what you said? Okay, Kendall?
His brothers and sisters.
Okay, his siblings. What about any friends? Would there be any friends that would care?
The people of Narnia, I think I said. But
yes, people of Narnia. What about his parents? His mom.
She probably wanted him to be a good boy.
Yeah. I'm thinking his mom would care a lot. Why do you think she would care? William?
Because she wants her children to grow up to be good, godly people.
Okay.
And evil.
Eden? Very good, William.
Because that's what moms care about.
Right, that's what we care about. Good job, Eden. So I happened to choose Edmund's mom. And so I said for my amplification, Edmund should not have followed the White Witch because it would cause his mother severe anxiety and worry. Right? That's what we do as moms. We worry about the decisions that our kids make. And because he didn't make a very good decision, I, as his mom, would have a lot of worry and anxiety about his safety and the safety of his brothers and sisters too, right? So although we don't read about her in the story, we still can think about, oh yeah, he did have parents. Oh yeah, his mom might care about that, right? Yes, William.
Can we share our theses and one of each when you're finished?
Yes, we will. We'll get to that. Okay, so let's look at carry on, Mr. Bowditch. So if my thesis were Nat should have taught the crew lunars for 3 reasons, it would benefit the crew, it would benefit the captain, it would benefit himself. Okay, so what audience would care that Nat taught the crew? Who would care about that?
The crew, the captain, and himself.
Okay.
Sailors.
Yes. Thank you, Eden. So who do you think would care the most?
The sailors,
The sailors, why?
because then they get better jobs.
Okay, very good. Does anyone else think someone else might care more?
Wait, the captain,
Okay, why?
because if his crew leaves, then he loses a bunch of cheap labor.
Okay, very good. Anybody else?
Nate could feel good about himself if he taught them.
Okay, very good. So I chose the captain's wife. Think about whenever the captain goes to sea, think about how the people that stay at home feel. How do they feel? We kind of get a glimpse of that, don't we? How do they feel when they go away for all this time? Kendall.
Kind of nervous and worried
Mm-hmm.
because so many people die.
Yes.
Did it say he taught a wife?
I believe he did. He showed up to someone's home with his wife. Was it Polly's house? He came to somebody's home with his wife. So we see about her once. And I think that's when I was like, oh, he was married. It'd probably be an easier career if you were single, because then there wouldn't be anybody home worried about you, right?
No one to come home to.
Right. Well, it's one of those bittersweet type of things. Like you would love someone to come home to, but then when you're away, and you're never away for just a few days, right? You're usually away for months. So thanks to Nat's desire to teach the crew, Captain Prince's wife could rest easy knowing her husband's ship was in the hands of well-trained sailors. Right? At least it could ease some of her anxiety. Being away, she knew that he would be fine. What was happening before Nat started training the crew? Eden, what was happening before Nat started training them?
I don't remember. My brain doesn't go back that far.
Okay, thank you. Who remembers?
He found out himself how to take a lunar before he taught the crew how to.
Okay, very good. So he would have to depend on just one man, right? And what if that man got sick or something happened to him and then he wasn't available to read the lunars any longer? Kendall?
I think I might be wrong, but I thought the book mentioned that Captain Prince could do lunars, but Nat was a lot better at them because he could do his figures so fast.
Yeah, that's probably right. My brain is a little bit fuzzy on that book now. That's 2 books ago. But still, just thinking, if he didn't teach the crew and you had to just depend on one person who definitely didn't do it as well as Ned, right? That could cause your wife at home to just be like, oh, I just hope that he'll get home. I mean, how important were lunars? How important was that? Why? Why was it important?
It would
It would help them with their sailing.
Right. So they knew where they were. They knew how to get back home. They knew how to get to their destination. Right. So, I mean, usually the wives know a little bit about what their husbands do, if it's not, detail for detail, but I'm sure that it eased some of her anxiety to know that there were other people that were available to help with navigating the ship. So let's look at this one with Diggory. So if my thesis were Diggory should not have retrieved the apple for Aslan for 3 reasons. Their lives were at risk, Fledge was inexperienced, and he feared Jadis. What would be the audience? Who would care about that? Who would care if Diggory retrieved the apple?
Diggory's
Clarkson.
mother.
Okay, yes, Diggory's mother would certainly care about that. Kendall?
Ollie, because it put her at risk too.
Yes, yes, exactly. Any more?
Diggory.
Miss
Diggory?
Are,
Yes.
are your examples based off Eden's essays? Because a lot
No. No, you didn't choose all of these, did you, Eden?
The last one was pretty similar to the one I did.
Okay. No, I wasn't thinking about that, but
But only the last one. Oh, but the second one, I just did the other side.
right.
the first two that you chose, remember I think the first two books, The Class Annie, happened to be, you always introduced it pretty late or something. And I had already thought of it, and the first two are pretty similar.
The first one I did the White Witch should have killed Aslan. For the second one, I did Lem should not have tried to learn. For the third one, I did Diggory should have brought Jadis Apple back to his mother.
You always do the one that like
It's the opposite.
wrong one.
It's not wrong, right? That's the whole point of the Annie, for you to look at what the reasons could be, what could have happened different. Is for you to be able to assess a choice. That's the reason for the Annie, right? So it's interesting when you choose the opposite of probably what you thought at first, because now you have more, you almost have more of an argument on that side if you choose that side, and the reasons seem to be stronger, right? So, okay, so we said Diggory's mother would care and Polly would care. Those are the ones that I chose too. Diggory should not have retrieved the apple for Aslan because Polly and his mother would want to make sure that he made it back home safely. Like, what if he wasn't able to get the apple? Right? And then he would have been stuck there forever. So the amplification kind of puts that dot on the I, right? It's the last thing to just kind of take home your argument, to emphasize your thesis. And so you want to kind of put some thought into who would care about this choice that your particular character is making. Who would care about that? So if this were my Annie, for the sake of our demonstration for this book, for amplification, who cares and why, my thesis is whether mom should have led the Jews to escape. None of you chose that one, did you?
Wasn't it Mama though? Oh.
Did anyone choose that? Okay, good. I think I remembered that nobody really talked about mom too much in terms of their thesis. It was more kind of Anne Marie, the Rosens.
Kirsty.
Lizy.
Right.
I did Kirsty.
You did Kirsty?
Yeah.
Little feisty Kirsty. I really like her character. Okay, so you see some of my reasons here. For my age, the Jews would be safe, friends. They were friends. She would feel guilty if she didn't. She knew the path well. She was an expert. She had grown up in that area. Remember, she knew that path really well. It'd be a good example for her kids. It was the right thing to do. It'd be adventurous. It'd be no burden if she did it. Her friends would respect her. Not just the Rosens, but other Jewish families would respect her too. She'd be rebelling against the Nazis. Remember the little baby? The baby that they kind of had to drug. They had to drug that poor little baby to keep the baby from crying. To keep the family together, and she would play her part in possibly saving an innocent nation. And so for the end, the reasons why she should not have led the Jews to escape: it wouldn't be safe, her children would be worried about her, it was very risky, it was dark, she hurts herself, she breaks her ankle, it's cold, it's not proper for a lady to really do that, especially back at that time, right?
Who cares?
Huh? Who cares if it's
Who cares if it's proper or not?
I know, right? Caring about that really has nothing to do with saving people's lives, right?
Sometimes you have to stretch the ante a bit to come up.
Right, right. There were soldiers around. She could die. She could get attacked by the dogs, thrown in jail. Her family would definitely be affected, right? Either way, whether she chose to do it or not, that could probably go on both sides. Her family was persecuted. Her family could be persecuted, and then she would rebel against the Nazis. That was for A and for the N. And so then I have these things here listed for the I. So who do you think would care if Anne Marie's mom helped the Jews escape? Who would care about that?
Jews.
The Jews, definitely. Kendall?
Anne Marie, probably.
Okay. Simon?
I'm actually kind of curious. I don't remember in the book that the Peter is assassinated.
It's at the end. It's on
Yeah. It's at the end of the book.
Wait, is this when they try to bring the people across?
No, it's afterward. It's 2 years later.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see that part. I might need to read that.
Okay, Eden?
God would care.
Yes, that's right. God would certainly care.
Um,
Shiloh?
The families of the Jews would probably really care.
Yeah, certainly the families of the Jews. Russell?
Kids will-
The
kids
kids?
would care.
Yeah, definitely the kids would care. William?
Ms. Jamia,
Yes.
are you supposed to list 3 reasons when you're thinking about it? Like 3 proofs for your thesis? 'Cause that's what it seemed like you were doing.
So this is my thesis. Anne Marie should have led the Jews to escape because, and then you list your reasons. That's one sentence, if you remember, when you write your final essay, right?
Okay.
So in the step-by-step process, which we'll have come up again after this, when we look at your student workbook, you're going to see that you're going to have to list out your thesis.
So is this after sorting or what?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. Let's just work through learning how to do this skill first. Those are great questions, William. Okay, so who would care the most? Who do you think would care the most?
God.
God, okay. Kendall?
The Jews.
The Jews.
The Jews.
Okay, the Jews. Russell?
The kids.
Okay, the kids. And then why? For whoever you said, why do you think they would care the most?
Because God cares about every person.
That's right. Very good, Eden. Kendall?
The Jews were the ones whose lives she was saving. Without them, they'd be dead.
Right. Very good. Yeah, death is a pretty important reason to care, I think. Anybody else?
The Jews.
Okay, yes. So it would definitely, it would definitely matter to other Jewish families.
The Jews cared because they didn't want him to die. They didn't want the people to die.
You know, I'm in the house.
Yes, very good. So it certainly would matter to other Jewish families too, not just the Rosens, right? It mattered to her own family, and it would matter to the Rosens, and it would matter to Anne Marie. And then my whys is it would matter to other Jewish families because they needed help to get to safety. It wasn't something that they could do by themselves. For her own family, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing, right? How would you feel if all of a sudden your friends whom you had in your power to help, that if you chose because you were too scared to help, that they were captured and then assassinated? Like, how would that feel if you didn't help? That would be the other side of that, right? Yes, Russell.
It's kind of a mix of people. you could sleep well, but that was still not the reason that's the not the reason. That's the reason you won't be able to sleep at night.
Right. Certainly not. If you know that you were in a position to help and you chose not to, that might not feel good the rest of your life. Okay, and so for her own family, they needed to help. They felt like they needed to help. And then with Anne Marie, she wanted more than anything for her best friend to be saved. So I put Anne Marie's mom should have led the Jews to escape because it protected the Rosens and the other Jewish families from capture. So I agreed with you. I think it mattered the most to the Jews, the Rosens and other Jewish families. Yes, Simon.
I feel like your Annie doesn't have as much as mine, so I wanted to know how much was required for your Annie.
Right. So for the sake of the demonstration, I'm never going to give you 25. You are to have 25 or more for each column. But for the sake of our demo, if I always had 25, we wouldn't be able to get through everything in our 55 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so what we were gonna do with this one today is, how much time do I have? Okay, I have enough time to break you guys up into groups today. And I would like for you to try to come up with an amplification for your own issues. Talks amongst yourselves and kind of see who do you think your audience would be that would care about the choice of your character. Yes, Kendall.
Do we do an amplification for each person, or do we pick one person's and do theirs?
For the sake of time, why don't you pick one person, share your group, share your thesis with each other, decide on one, and come up together with who cares about that, pick the most important one, and then come up with your amplification. Why?
Mia,
Yes.
is this assuming that we've already chosen which side we're gonna take?
Yes, assuming you have chosen.
Wait,
Thank you, Eden.
Miss Jamia?
Yes.
I thought that we were supposed to choose the sides next week.
You are going to choose a side next week. This is just for the sake of practicing the skill of amplification.
Is this permanent, or can we just choose one really fast?
Miss Jamia.
Hold on, William. Say it again, Eden.
Is this permanent, like our permanent choice, or can we just choose one really fast? Because I haven't done the sorting yet.
Yeah, you can just choose one really fast. This is just to practice the skill of amplification because you'll have to do it at home. So I want you to kind of work through it a little bit to see how to do it. Okay. Yes, William.
Are you supposed to list one of, when you're doing your basic persuasive essay with amplification, like your chart itself, are you supposed to list one of each animal and everything to help you think of ideas? Because some of them might not really care no matter what at your,
Right.
like it says select the person or groups the audience cares about and explain how the group will be affected by this issue. So are we supposed to list one of each of this long list of things? Or are we just...
Okay, so for now, like we did with the other books, like sometimes animals are relevant in your book, like in Narnia, animals may have been relevant, right? But now in this book, I don't know that the horses or anything would kind of care about some of these decisions that these characters are making and number the stars. So more than likely, you're going to stay around the people, friends, family. You're going to be somewhere in there. And then you're going to have to decide who is the most important.
So just basically list from the ones that you think make sense.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So how many do I have? 3, 6. Okay, so I can put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can put 3 groups.
Is this random groups?
Yes, I'm doing random today. Okay, you ready? So there's going to be 3 of you per room. Okay, except me. It's not going to choose me, right? Okay, here we go.
I'm not there. They were so
Russell, I need you. Russell, I need you to go ahead and join your group. Russell, why didn't you join the group? I placed you in. How come you didn't hit join? Yeah. Go ahead and speak.
Because
You didn't what? Say it again.
I had to go and get something.
Okay. I don't know how to put you back in.
no. Press broadcast message to all. Oh, you.
Oh, okay. I think he. Okay, yeah. And let me go back. Okay. So if I close the breakout room.
Guys, your name's not Ruth.
Finish up. Closing, and I think it gives them 60 seconds, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, 60.
No,
Well,
it's
you
right,
usually
it's right
choose.
along. Yeah, it's not the one you choose.
Yeah, 60 seconds. The default is 60 seconds.
No, it's like when you press the close all rooms. That's
No, you didn't have to come back right now. Were you finished, Jordan? Were you finished in your group, Jordan?
Oh no.
Oh, you didn't have to come back until, you didn't have to come back until it ran out. It would bring you back to me automatically if you weren't done. You only needed to come back early if you were finished. So everyone else will be back with us in 24 seconds. Okay, everybody should be coming back. 12 more seconds. Russell, did you participate in your group? Yes. Okay. All right, guys, how did that go? Okay, so give me one spokesperson. There were 3 groups.
Grant.
One spokesperson for each group. Okay, Grant.
So I was in group 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I had Simon and William. We picked Simon's thesis, which was whether Ellen should pretend to be Ellen or Anne-Marie's sister.
Mm-hmm.
And so we picked that. So maybe the cat, the Thor, God of Thunder, that was named by Curtsy, might like Ellen.
Okay.
And for the person, we might think of her mother, and she would love her because she is her daughter.
Okay, so what's your final sentence then? Your implication?
I don't know if we came up with one of those. I don't.
We did. It was Mrs. Rosen cares about Ellen staying at the Johansson's house because she might because she'd be safe.
Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, who's next? Group 1.
Eden?
Oh, so we picked my thesis, which was whether Lizzie should have been part of the resistance. So the final sentence is Lee should have been part of the resistance because God cared about the Jews.
Okay, so who were your people that cared about it? God and who else?
God, the Jews, families, everyone.
Okay, and then you chose that God would care the most, and the reason is because you said God cares about everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, group 3.
We chose Jordan's thesis, which was whether Uncle Henry should have helped the Jews escape. And the person we chose was his relatives.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our statements were they needed help, they were scared, and they took whatever they could get.
Okay, whose relatives? Uncle Henrik's relatives?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't think we came up for a sentence for it.
Okay, so they were the ones that would care the most, and you listed those 3 reasons there?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's just look at the outline, the way your outline will look for this week. So all of this should look pretty familiar to you, right? So you have your
font.
Do you like it? It's fancy today, isn't it? Okay, so let me make it bigger so you guys can see it. So You would have your introduction. It's to the side this time because I think some of you still kind of get a little confused about what you're supposed to substitute for text versus what you're supposed to leave. So here for your exordium, you know, your exordium goes there. I shouldn't see the word exordium on your outline. Your actual exordium should be there. And then your thesis would go here. Your enumeration would go here. And your exposition would go here. And then the word exposition goes here. And then you list out your proofs, right? So all of this we know. We've been doing this now for 3 papers. This will be essay 4. So now when you get to your conclusion, you see all of this remains the same. Now C, Roman numeral C, is where your amplification comes in. To whom does it matter and why does it matter to them? And so you want this to be a strong point that supports your thesis. So here is where, again, you restate your thesis like we did in our examples, but you just don't put your proofs on it. You restate your thesis and then you say to whom it matters and then why. That's either going to be 1 or 2 sentences. Okay.
Ms. Jamia, when would you do the amplification?
I'm sorry, your amplification goes into your outline this week.
What order would it be in? Would you do sorting, exordium, amplification, outline?
Right, so let me go back to that slide so that you can see it.
Miss Jamia, is it possible that we can get a copy of that template?
Get a copy of, it's in your student workbook, Jordan. It's in your LTW student workbook. That outline,
okay.
Same outline, yeah, it's in there.
No, you said you was recording. Well, how do we get to the slides?
A recording goes out every Friday. So it should come to Miss Anita. It comes to her email. Every Friday, I usually get it out before 8 p.m. A link to the YouTube that has the recording on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Miss Jamia?
Yes.
Do we actually have the word exposition in our final paper, or do we write for 3 reasons in our outline? Like
in your final paper, it'll say for 3 reasons, but in your outline, it says exposition.
Okay.
What was it that you asked me again that I was sharing?
What the order?
The order. Yes, the order of arrangement. Okay, let me show that real quick.
Might have been near the.
Here it was. Was that it? I think I did.
I think that was it.
Okay, I think no, here it is. I did make it bigger. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so you sort first, then your exordium, then your amplification, and then your outline. So remember your amplification, you're gonna work it through in your template in your workbook, which I believe is page 37. We just did that through our examples and our group activity. So it should be pretty easy for you to do. Just kind of think through who cares about your thesis, what person would care about it. And then that's going to go in the conclusion of your outline. So these are the things that you're doing this week.
Miss Jamia.
Yes.
Can we really quickly share our thesis?
Okay, yes, very quickly. You know, you're cutting into your reasoning now. Okay, Jordan, you have a thesis for this week? Your weather statement. Your weather statement.
Whether Uncle Henrik should or should not have helped the Jewish people escape.
Okay, very good. Towie.
Whether Amory's parents should have faked the relative being dead.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one, Towie. Okay, Simon.
Whether Ellen should have pretended to be Amory's sister.
Very good. Eden.
Weatherlies should have been part of the resistance.
Okay, very good. Kendall.
Whether Uncle Henrik should have trusted Anne Marie with the secret of Aunt Bertie and the handkerchief packet.
That's heavy for I think she's 10, right? She was 10 in this book. Yeah, that's heavy for a 10-year-old. Okay, William.
Whether Kirsty should complain about her fish shoes.
Yes, because she was Kirsty, that's why. Russell.
My first one was what? Hold on. I have two. My first one was whether Kirsty should have annoyed the soldiers. That was a failed project. My second one was should Miss Johansson drive to Uncle Henrik's house alone?
That's a good one too. Yeah, as a woman going through all that, yeah, that's something to consider. Okay, Grant.
My Annie is whether Ellen should have stayed at the Johansson's house when the night the soldiers came.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be exciting to hear what you guys come up with. We'll try to share some of your Annie. I want to hear some of your reasons. Although you guys uploaded Annie's for me this week, didn't you? Okay, so I'll get to see them. Okay, very good, guys. So we're gonna have to press on. We can't take a 5-minute break.
We skip Shiloh.
Oh, Shiloh, I'm sorry. Shiloh. What was yours?
Mine was whether the King of Denmark should have surrendered to the Germans.
Okay, so you guys all picked something different. I think last time we had two of the same, right? So everybody chose something different this time. Very good. Even the classroom one was different. Yes, Kendall.
May I go use the bathroom really quick?
Yes, you may.
Can I also, please?
Yes, you may. So if you have to, I guess go ahead, but we're going to press on, okay? Because we have 45 minutes left. So we're going to have to take that full 45 minutes for a reasoning. So we're ending at regular time today. So if you need to go take a potty break, go ahead and do it, but we're going to press on. All right, guys, last subject of the day. Hooray, hooray. All right. Where are we at reasoning? Here we go. Current slide, why is it doing that? Maybe I didn't select it. Okay, here we go. Did you all go to take a bathroom break? Oh my goodness. It's quite a few of you that are gone. Okay, that's okay. I always think the best part is at the beginning. Okay, oh, that picture wasn't supposed to come up like that. Okay, so you know we have our Proverbs from around the world. Oh, I wasn't supposed to do that, was I? Forgive me, you didn't see that. You didn't see that, Tally? You didn't read them that quick, did you? Okay, here's our first one.
I did.
You saw them, Russell? Shh.
With the battle between the elephants, the ants get squashed.
Okay, no, shh. Don't spoil it, shh. Okay, age is honorable and youth is noble. Good job, Jordan. What do we think that means? I don't see everybody. Hold on. This thing. It's not showing me the arrows so that I can.
Did I miss anything?
No, you didn't. I'm trying to see everybody, but this thing is not showing me. Okay, now it's working. There we go. Shiloh.
I think it kind of means that like the older you get, the more like you should be respected. Like, you know, that saying like respect your elders isn't just like a saying, like to tell somebody to be respectful to them, but like it's actually true because they have they have lived longer than you and they have like gone through a lot more than you, and they're probably a lot wiser than you because they've experienced more than you.
Very good. Very good insight. Yeah, that's what I got from it too. I actually looked it up to see if there were some other kind of, I guess, renditions of it, some other proverbs that kind of sound similar. Because a lot of these proverbs, we have kind of an English equivalent to them, which I didn't realize till I started sharing these with you guys. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So maybe I'll start sharing the English equivalent with the one that was from around the world so that we can kind of see how either whichever one came first, whoever decides to kind of switch it up a little bit, right? To see which one came first. I might try that next week, actually. Okay, any more comments on this one? Okay, how about this one that Rasul already read for us? In a battle between elephants, the ants.
I'm proud of it too.
Lost. So Rasul, you must have so much to share for us with this one.
Like this is the battle between the big boys.
It is.
Let me put it this way. Does any of you watch do any of you watch WWE?
Is that the wrestling thing?
No,
Yes.
that's fake. Isn't that like
That's
fake
wrestling.
That's fake wrestling.
Yeah, but New Japan's real wrestling. So
Okay, what does that have to do with our proverb?
So
How do you relate that to our proverb?
you would know I'm talking about if you would watch WWE.
Right, so I don't, so help me understand how that relates to our proverb about the big elephants.
Little leagues don't play with the big boys.
Oh, okay. So the ants then would be the little leagues. Is that what we're saying? Okay. So in terms of the size, I think Russell helped us with that. In terms of the size, do you think the elephants are even aware that or do they care that they're squashing ants? Like, do we care that we squash ants when we just walk about?
I do it sometimes purposefully.
I care about ants.
Okay, so do you try not to step on the ants?
No.
If
I do the opposite.
Yeah, Simon, that's what I do.
I would try
to. I hate all bugs, any shape and
Hey guys, we cannot listen. We cannot speak at the same time because then I can't understand you. So I see that you guys find great joy in stepping on the ants, Simon and Russell. Great joy. Are there any of you that try to avoid the ants if you notice that they're there?
I would probably try like an ant hill. I don't want to step on it and the ants start crawling all over me.
Okay, Kendall.
I don't necessarily want to hurt the ants, but at the same time, I don't feel like paying enough attention to look where I'm walking to see if I step on an ant.
Right. It's kind of hard not to step on them. Like you need to be looking at the ground 24/7 if you were trying to pay attention to not stepping on the ants. Yes, William.
They're so small that don't you think they might fit through one of those? Because I bet that the elephant's feet might not be totally flat. So I don't know, possibly an ant wouldn't die if it was stepped on, depending on if it like got into one of those crevices in your shoe or something.
Right. I don't know if those elephants are fighting. That's how many tons of fighting? How many tons of fighting would that be? I'm pretty sure every time those ants are getting squashed.
There's like a beetle that can have a car run over its shell or something.
And it won't die? Oh, nobody did a report on that beetle.
I don't know, maybe it was like 39,000 times. I forgot exactly how much it was, that its own body weight or something. I'm not really sure.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
But it was like a lot.
Okay, so last one, if you take big paces, you leave big spaces. What do you think that one means, William?
Take your time. Don't go too fast and rush your life, which
Okay, very
I
good.
guess I sometimes might do to get ahead to what my older brother does. It seems a lot more fun. Then
Okay,
he makes it seem fun, and then I get there, and then the next thing's more fun.
right, okay, very good. Shiloh, you had a thought about this one?
Like, I guess if you go really fast and you don't really pay attention like to what you're doing, I guess you can really miss big things. Like if you're just like trying to, I don't know, I guess if you're typing your paper and you're just trying to do it in like 5 minutes, you're gonna probably get like a lot of mistakes or spell a lot of things wrong.
Very good. Eden?
Leaving big spaces isn't necessarily a bad thing, though.
Right, not necessarily. So what's the other side of that?
Like if you miss bad things, like if something, I don't know, just if you, because Shiloh was talking about missing good things in life, but you could also miss the bad things.
Right. Okay. Yeah, there's another side to that, right? So if I'm thinking literally what that looks like to take a big pace, you do have a huge gap from the last pace to the next pace. And so sometimes the attention is in the details. And if you miss all of those little details in the middle, you might miss something major. Right? It could be possible, or it could be that you got ahead. There could be two sides of that. And I think you guys did a great job of sharing that. Okay, very good. So today we're going to do something different with Proverbs 25. We've been reading this now for how many weeks? What week are we on?
Like 10 by now, I think, 10 weeks.
11, the end of 11.
Right. So we've been reading this over and over and over again, right? I want to see how many of you can remember any of the verses.
So do we close the book?
Close your book.
I remember the one about vomiting.
Hey, it is not good to eat too much honey.
Whichever one. Hold on, Simon. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Thank you very much. We're going to go one at a time. Whatever verses you remember, I don't mind if they're repeated. Okay? Whatever verses you remember, I want you to state them. And you might not remember the actual verse, so you'll have to give me a second to look for it. Okay? But, okay. Tally, you're first on my screen. Do you mind to go first?
Can I go second?
I don't really have it memorized.
Can I
Do
go?
you have any of it?
I know.
Can you recall a little bit, anything?
I can't recall like a whole sentence of it, but I know like statements.
Okay, tell me something you remember.
It said honey is eating too much honey is, they made an analogy on it.
Can I go second?
Okay, hold on, William. You remember any part of that one with the honey?
Sort of.
Tell me the part you remember.
I remember they said honey is as, I'm trying to remember what the analogy was.
Well, Tally remembers. Can I go?
I'd like you to give him another second, William. I'll call on you momentarily. Thank you for your patience. You remember any part of it? There was like a word that doesn't give us a great picture in it. If you remember that word.
Not really.
Okay. Yes, there is one about honey. We'll come back to you, Tally, okay? All right, William, what you got for me?
It is not good to eat much honey, lest you be wary of it and vomit it. Withdraw thy foot from thy neighbor's house, lest thy be wary of you and so hate thee, or something.
Okay, yeah,
It is better. What?
Go ahead, keep going.
It is, and then there is also one like, it is better to live on a housetop with a kind wife than in a large house with it's better to live in a housetop. I don't know, something about being happy than in a large house with a brawling wife.
Okay, very good. So that one was, it's better to dwell in the corner of the housetop than with a brawling woman.
Yeah.
And in a wide house. Very good. So that was
What
that
does
was
brawling
great.
mean?
Brawling, like argumentative, a woman that
and also
control her.
Men can be brawling too.
Yes, they can. They can. They
and
certainly
also,
can.
there was one about I think something about, if your enemy be hungry, give him food to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him food, water to drink, lest he so thou will heap fiery coals on his head, or something.
Yes, that's 31 and 32.
31.
21, sorry, 21 and 22. 21, you got exactly. 22, for you shall heap coals of fire upon his head, and the Lord shall reward thee.
Mr. Mia,
Okay, very good. Yes, Jordan.
I go to the bathroom, please.
Yes, you may. Okay, who wants to try next? Simon.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember?
It is not good to eat too much honey, lest you be filled with it and vomit. It is better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than in a wide house with a brawling woman. There's one more. The word fitly spoken is as a maul, a sword, and a sharp arrow, or something like that. Wait, no, it's a word fitly spoken. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, so those were two you put together. So that one, a word fitly spoken, is like apples of gold and pictures of silver. So with that one, if you guys have, these books, you see them? If you have this, whenever you see that title, it should help you to remember Proverbs 25, verse 11, because that's where the title comes from.
Is that using that book later on?
Yeah, so some of the questions that Mr. Mia asked you about the books, they come from here. So if your parents did get this as your supplies, it's good to go through it to see if you can answer those questions in there. It kind of help you to come up with your should questions and statements and things. Okay, Grant, what do you remember?
I remember the first verse.
Okay, what's the first verse?
So, these are the Proverbs of Solomon, which the men Hezekiah and Judah copied out.
Okay, very good. So that would be Hezekiah and the king copied out. Very good. Very good. Okay, Kendall, what you got for me?
These also are Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter. The heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer. Put not forth thyself in the king's presence, nor stand in the place of great men. For better it is that it be said unto thee, come up hither, than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the king.
That's awesome, Kendall.
There's another one. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in pictures of silver. If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. For thou shalt heap burning coals on his head, and the Lord will reward thee. Withdraw thy foot from your neighbor's house, lest he be weary of you and so hate thee. A man without self-control is like a city broken into and left without walls.
Is that, oh, that's amazing. I think Kendall might got us all beat there. Very good. Who else has some? See, I think I'm gonna have to make a game out of this one. Shiloh, what you got for me?
I think it was, as an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear. And as the coat of snow in the time of harvest, so is the faithful messenger to them that send him. For he refreshes the soul of his masters.
Very good. Very good. All right, guys.
I have one.
Okay, who is that?
Me, Simon.
Okay, go, Simon.
As cold water to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country.
Know some of them.
Okay, wait a minute. As the cold, say that one again, Simon.
As cold water to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country.
I do remember seeing that. Okay, here we go. Yes, very good. That's verse 25.
Height and the earth for depth, and there's something else after that.
The heart of kings is unsearchable.
Yes, I think Kendall did that one.
Oh, there was one about a soft tongue breaking a bone.
Soft tongue breaking a bone.
Do we ever get to the ones about prudence or diligence? I think those were our words.
No, prudence and diligence are our Devo words. They weren't in our,
they weren't in there.
They weren't in our Proverbs. We are vocab. Oh, who remembers what our vocab words have been? Grant.
There's been infamy, maul. Wasn't one redundancy?
Redundancy? No, that wasn't one.
I don't know.
Shiloh.
I don't have all of them, but I circled a few of them. Yeah. Grant got infamy and maul. And then there was backbiting, reprover, and forbear.
There's one more that never said yet that had to do with silver.
We allowed to look in our books yet?
Dross.
Yeah. Yes, dross. Dross was the one that had to do with silver. Okay, very good, guys. You see, when I tell you, I'm always amazed that when you do something over and over again for just a few minutes of the day, it does get into that brain of ours, doesn't it? Very good. I mean, that's what the Lord wants. He wants the word of God to get into you guys. And very well, it's been 10 weeks and you guys should be very, very proud of yourselves and be encouraged that you have remembered that much. Okay, I might have to make a game out of this because I think in second semester, we're not in Proverbs 25. So maybe I'll, maybe I'll make a game of it to see, like a fill in the blank game, maybe.
Then maybe
annotate.
Maybe we could do that. You could do that week 15 though, and then you could do it in person with paper.
Yeah, that could be fun.
And that could be part of the blue book.
I don't know about that because for reasoning, we need to get those figures of speeches in.
Maybe we could.
So, okay, in your brains, I want you to draw what you see, what you read.
Is this the idiom one?
William, don't give it away.
tried not to look just a little forward and
Don't give it away. Let someone off the hook. What would that look like in a picture?
did we hold our pictures up?
Yes, you may. Try not to take too long. You might not be able to do all of them. You might just be able to do 2. No, we're not drawing on the board. Russell, erase it, please, Russell. I need you to draw it in your notebook. Okay, draw it in your notebook. Off the hook. Oh, so you have a fishing hook. Okay, very good, Eden. I was thinking of a coat hook. You know, you're taking someone off of a coat hook.
I was thinking like they caught a person and he's unhooking
Very
them.
good, Kendall. They caught a person and what is that?
He's unhooking them.
Oh, okay, very good. What is that circle?
It's a boat.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Legally under the sea. He caught a person in the sea.
Okay, yes, I see it now. Okay, very good. Okay, Towie, explain your picture to me.
It's a guy stuck on a hook yelling help.
Okay, yes, okay, very good. Russell, you got something for me to see? Okay, try the next one though, okay?
I did.
Just draw it on a piece of paper.
But you told me to erase it.
Okay, we're not gonna draw it on the board. I need you to draw it into your brain book. Do you have your brain book there?
That's the problem. The only brain, I think. I don't
Your
use
notebook?
that brain.
Or do you have just some paper? Or your whiteboard? Your own personal whiteboard? Okay, you're gonna need to always have that in class because we use it sometime in class. When I ask you to draw things or write things down, right? You can just put it in a sheet projector and then use it as a whiteboard. I'll talk to Mom about it, no worries.
Mia, did you see this?
I'll explain your picture, Grant.
So there's a stick man on a hook, and then there's a big hand who's grabbing the stick man's head and pulling him off.
Okay, I see it now. That's the hand. Okay, yes, I see it now. Okay, very good. Okay, Jordan. Okay, Kendall, explain your picture to me.
There's a guy who's dead on the tip of a hook.
Oh no. Okay, very good.
Wait, let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see the picture.
Okay, Shiloh, explain your picture to me. Is he dead too? Please say he's not dead.
No. What I thought it was like a tractor thing that's connected to the truck, and then this guy accidentally unhooks the tractor to the truck, and then he's just like falling behind.
Very good. Okay, Jordan, explain your picture to me, please.
So it's catching a fish and then letting it off the hook.
Okay, very good. Okay, good job, guys. We have time for one more, and then we got to get into the lesson. Okay, how about bite the bullet? Bite the bullet. You're gonna have to sit down if you're gonna be down here. This should be a fun one, bite the bullet. I'm sure that Kendall would have liked the next one. Oh, he is biting a bullet. Is that a gun? Is that a gun, Simon?
He shot the bullet and then he ate it.
Oh.
It's a burrito bullet.
Okay.
You ever heard of somebody biting a metal bullet? No, it's a burrito launcher.
Okay. Explain your picture to me, Kendall.
It's somebody shooting a bullet into the mouth of someone who's biting the bullet who has a bunch of teeth.
Okay. All right, William. What is that? Explain that to me, please.
I drew two separate pictures, and one of them guys is at a gun range and he's picking up a bullet and maybe he's chewing the cartridge off it or something.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
And then there's a line that separates the other picture, but it's pretty much the same thing, just a guy that's biting a bullet.
Okay, very good. Okay, Jordan. Explain your picture to me.
Okay, so the guy shot the bullet, and the man that got shot, he ate the bullet. He caught the bullet with his mouth and bit the bullet.
Okay, very good. Shiloh, let me see yours. Oh, I can see the bullet in his mouth. That's the bullet in his mouth, right? He's biting it. Yes. Okay, Eden. You want to explain that to me, please?
The guy is biting the bullet, or he's
Right.
going to.
He's biting the bullet. Okay, very good. So I see you guys are having some fun. Okay, Russell. Okay, there's your bullet. I see your bullet, and now he's biting it. Very good. Very good, guys.
No, he's not biting it.
What is he doing?
No, he got 3 bullets in his teeth already, and then now
And there's a 4th one coming?
Yep.
Okay, so he's biting several bullets.
Literally.
Wasn't there some like magic trick that Harry Houdini did where like somebody shot a bullet straight at him and he caught it with his
Like that did happen before. Okay, wow, that bullet has a face on it, Grant.
Yeah, it's a rocket launcher, and then the
Oh.
rocket is his mouth, and then the rocket's going down his throat.
Okay, I see. Very good. You guys have some great imaginations. Okay, very good. So we can't look at the other ones, but I think the other ones would be fun and probably be something great for you to do in your books at home. The other one was Over My Dead Body. I'm thinking that Kendall would love that one, Over My Dead Body. Then having a chip on your shoulder, you know, would it be a potato chip?
A poker chip.
Or a poker chip or a wood chip? I mean, there's so many ways you can kind of go with that one. Driving someone up the wall.
Oh, we should have done that one.
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be a fun one, driving someone up the wall. Okay.
I put a car driving a wall.
Maybe I'll have a little contest for you guys this week if you want to participate, who can kind of illustrate an idiom, and then we'll kind of upload them all, and then everybody can just vote on the one they love the best.
Wait, how about you can't vote on yourself?
Right, and you can't vote on your own.
Should we upload them to
fun.
Flipgrid? Should we upload them to Flipgrid if you send a link?
Yeah, we could do it on Flipgrid if you guys are kind of into it. I thought these would be kind of fun.
And you could explain the picture a little bit more.
Yeah, you probably would need to, right? So that we can kind of take your meaning into consideration for judging. How many of you would like to do that? Okay, it's optional, so you don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, Tally. Tally's like, look, I'm not trying to do nothing extra. But yeah, okay, so I'll put a folder there. If you want to participate, it's fine, okay?
Is it all right if I make like every single one of those idioms in?
Not every single one, Simon. You'll have to pick one and explain it.
Are we just doing one of the other ones that you showed?
It doesn't have to be one of those. It can be another idiom that you find, as long as you can explain it so that we can understand it. So it can be any idiom, just keep, make sure that it's appropriate. And then draw us a picture. Actually, it might be fun for us to see if we can guess what it is. That might be fun.
Make an animation.
We have
Okay, guys, we got to get into our lesson. So an idiom is a phrase or clause that has acquired a specific cultural meaning separate from its original context. The meaning is no longer tied to the actual words, but to the characteristics of the situation that can be shared by other situations. So can you imagine if over my dead body really meant over my dead body? Like we might be in trouble if it really meant that. Okay, here's some other ones that you've probably heard of before. Break a leg, right? So break a leg just means good luck. What a way to, what if you didn't know that's what it meant? I think that I've seen, like in other countries, this might be something that is universal in entertainment, but I don't know that everybody understands what that means. So if you were to say it in another country and they said break a leg, they might get upset. They might get upset with you if you told them to do that. Like, what? What you mean break a leg? What are you trying to say? Right? You have to make sure that they understand the meaning. So how about this one? Cut me some slack. Have you heard of that one before? Or is that one kind of old timey? Have you heard that one before?
I just pictured someone cutting a piece of cheese.
Okay. So cut me some slack just means don't be so critical. Like, it's okay, cut me some slack. So what we want to make sure that we understand is the difference between the literal meaning, right, which is the meaning of a word or phrase through the common accepted understanding of the words in reality, or the figurative meaning, the meaning of a word or phrase is understood metaphorically, imaginatively, rather than literal or physically, right? So idioms tend to be more figurative than literal. If they were literal, we might be in trouble, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and turn to page 124 in our books. We have 10 minutes. So there's some more fun ones that you can go through, and you can use one of these as your option if you would like to. I'm gonna stop sharing. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to, let's do the last one, barking up the wrong tree.
What page?
Page 125. So if what your book explains to you is, first it'll ask you the literal meaning of some of the things in the idioms first, for you to understand what the analogy is going to be when you now compare it to another situation. So if we were doing the one that says barking up the wrong tree, what kind of animals bark? Eden. What kind of animals bark?
Dogs.
Yes, dogs bark. And why would that animal be barking up a tree at all?
Because a squirrel ran up it.
A squirrel
ran up it.
Or a cat or birds.
Or basically anything. They could be barking at the leaves.
Right. Yeah. Or any movement in the tree, right? Any kind of movement in the tree. So what would make it the wrong tree? What types of things would make it the wrong tree?
If a skunk lived in it.
Oh, that would be good.
Squirrel tricked them and jumped to a different tree.
Okay.
If it went
the tree that the creature of the Black Lagoon calls his home.
Say it again, Russell. If the creature of the Black Lagoon were in the tree?
Yes, and called it his apartment.
Okay. Yeah, that dog might be pretty frightened if the creature from the Black Lagoon was in the tree. Kendall?
If the tree was loose from like a beaver gnawing on it or something, and the tree fell over and killed the dog, that'd be the wrong tree.
Oh, yes, that would certainly, certainly be the wrong tree. Okay, so if we were to read the following sentences and consider now the meaning of our idiom. Remember, our idiom is barking up the wrong tree.
It would probably,
yes, William.
It would probably be the wrong tree if it was a mama animal protecting its babies. And
oh, yeah. Yes, for sure. Yes, Simon.
Can I show my picture?
Okay, not right now, Simon. I have a few minutes to get through this lesson, okay? So number one, the police keep questioning the suspect, but they're barking up the wrong tree. What do you think it means in that context? William?
They have the wrong person.
Okay.
It says suspect, but it doesn't say like the person. So they don't know, they just think, but then it's saying that they're questioning the wrong person, I think.
Okay. Why would they be questioning a suspect?
Because he's
If
suspicious.
somebody was murdered.
Okay, if someone was murdered. Something even more general, because they think what? That he might,
Be suspicious?
okay, he might be suspicious,
Be a bad
be a bad guy, or just that he might know something, right? He might know something and they're trying to figure out what he knows. What if he doesn't know anything? Would he be a wrong tree? And then what about the time that they spent questioning him? Could they have used that time for something more productive? Possibly, right? Okay, number two, if you think I'm gonna tell a lie for you, you're barking up the wrong tree. What does it mean in that context? Kendall?
Kind of, I guess you've come to the wrong person again.
Very good. So that would only be the right tree if that person were gonna do what? It would be the right tree if that person were willing to tell the lie, right? Then it would be the right tree. But if they're not willing to tell the lie, then they would be the wrong tree. How about number three? The scientist tried the experiment dozens of times, but he was barking up the wrong tree.
He was going down the wrong path of
You
how
know,
to
I'm gonna tell. Oh, sorry, William. Sorry about that. I wanted to tell you a story about when I found the guy with the. Well, we were at the library. I do my anime classes there. So there was a guy that kept winding up a snake in a zoo exhibition. And the snake kept unwinding itself, and he was like, "Don't bat the head." And that's kind of an example.
Okay.
I don't think he knew what he was doing, though. So,
Okay. That might have a little something to do with this same context, right? Yes, Grant.
The one sentence, the scientist one, he could be using the wrong formula.
Okay, yes, we did speak about formulas today.
He could
So,
have been using a dangerous formula that would blow up.
oh yeah, that wouldn't be good. I'm thinking of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You guys know that movie?
the person
yeah,
that
those bipolar guys.
Okay, you said bipolar.
Bipolar, animalistic, and crazy.
Okay, yes,
And they had a
possibly.
half face.
Yes, possibly. But in terms of scientists and things blowing up, that is a very huge possibility with them. So what do you think these three examples have in common? Kendall?
Kind of like choosing to go down the wrong path, except for the scientist. He would have learned something by not quite doing it correctly.
Okay. Any more thoughts? Chawi, you have any thoughts? No? Okay, so to bark up the wrong tree actually means to pursue a mistaken or misguided line of thought. That's what it means. So now that we have the context of what that idiom means and you go back and you look at the examples, right? That suspect, the police officer had one line of thought, but the suspect had a completely different line of thought if he didn't know anything, right? They were never going to come to agreement if the suspect didn't know anything. And then if the person was never willing to tell a lie in number two, right, they were never going to come together with whatever the result of the person that did want him to tell a lie. And with the scientist, he kept pursuing one line of thought, thinking he was going to get a different answer. But who knows that quote about insanity from Einstein? Have you guys heard that quote before?
Insanity is getting things repeated over and over and over again. Something like that.
Right, repeat it over again. And what about the result? You're expecting what?
Insanity.
You do the same thing over and over and over again, and you're expecting a different result.
Yeah.
That's what Einstein says the definition of insanity is, because you're thinking something's going to happen different, and you've done the same thing over and over again, right?
You'll drive yourself insane, or either that.
Say it again.
You'll drive yourself insane, or that's insane.
Well, I think he's alluding to it's insane because you're doing a process that's showing you what the result is going to be every time. And so because of that, you're thinking that you're going to still do the same process and something different is going to happen.
Exactly. That's why
that would be insane, right?
That's why you shouldn't correct your math. Listen to the person with like 314 IQ. Never correct your math. Not going to help.
That's not what Einstein is saying, Simon. That's not what he's saying. Okay, let's turn the page, guys, and look at how we do these analogies. So if we were to,
what time are we ending again?
We're ending at 3:30.
Mia, it's 3:30.
I know. I'm trying. You guys keep interrupting Mr. Me, and I'm trying to get through this last little part. Okay, just give me like 2 minutes of your time. That would be greatly appreciated. 2 minutes, probably less. Okay, so if we look at the last example down at the bottom of the page, the one we discussed on page 126, the one that says barking up the wrong tree. If you see how now the bridge boxes read, on one side, you see that someone is looking for something in the wrong place. So that would be the someone and then the actual definition of the idiom, right? And so the relationship now is to now an example of the idiom. Police questioning an innocent suspect. Okay, so with our bridge boxes, remember the whole goal of going through these figures of speech is so that we can learn how to annotate them in our poems, right? And how to recognize them in writing and then eventually be able to use them ourselves. So you guys will just go through your poem and annotate your idioms on page 128. Okay, I think they've been short now for quite some time. I think in the beginning, they were like always 2 pages. Okay, you guys have any questions?
Miss Jamia?
Yes, William.
We have this game at home, or someone does, my family, that's called Idiomatic. And I think you're supposed to use like different words, maybe to try and explain it. So if you're trying to, without using the word, so if you're trying to explain like counting your chickens before they hatch, and someone has to try and guess the idiom, and then you might want to say like, yeah, so.
Oh, that sounds like a fun game.
So like you might say, numbering your baby.
Synonyms.
Numbering your baby birds before they break the shell.
Okay. And you have to figure out what idiom goes with that.
Your team gets what idiom is, and then, yeah.
Oh, that could have been fun to play in class today. Okay, guys, so have a good week. I'll be in touch with the folder for your idioms to draw. That would be fun. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. It does not have to be what's in your book. If you find some idioms outside of your book that you enjoy and you want to kind of bring to life and illustrate, by all means do it. I'm excited to see what you guys come up with.
Miss Jamia, are we only allowed to make 1 entry for the competition?
1 entry, Simon.
That was William.
That was 3 minutes, not 2. That was 3.
One. So you have to pick your favorite and one entry per student. One.
Can there be no maximum time?
There is a maximum time. I think you get 3 minutes, right? Is it 3 minutes?
2.5.
Are we?
Before everybody leaves, I want to show them some stuff. I made a cool drawing.
Okay, yes, Kendall.
If we pick the same idiom, can I draw multiple ways to represent standing over a dead body?
Just one way, just one way.
Yes, you may, Kendall. You may, as long as it's one idiom. If you want to have more than one way to illustrate it and explain it within your 3 minutes, that would be fine.
Thanks.
Which one is that? Is that barking up the wrong tree, Simon?
It's done, Mr.
It's the evil mermaid knife thrower is in one tree, killing the innocent turtle.
Okay, boy, you guys and your
Mermaids are evil.
imagination.
Miss Chimiar.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Can I make an animation for my idiom? Because I've been using Flash lately.
Sure. If you can upload it to Flipgrid, that's fine.
Are we dismissed?
Bye.
Yes, you are dismissed, guys.
What page are we supposed to do that on?
Your idioms are on, it's chapter
Mr.
11.
Mia?
Yes, Eden, you had a question?
Chapter 11?
Yeah, it's chapter 11. It starts on page, I'll tell you in a second, Jordan. It starts on page 123.
On the analogies for all of us book. And what page is it on?
It starts on page 123. That's the chapter that we're in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good week, Jordan.
You too.
And my wishes to Daniel too. We missed him today.
Yeah.
He's still not.
He's still not feeling good.
Oh, okay. I'll be praying for him too. So keep me posted. Let me know how you do this week, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.